Hey Marissa, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just dandy as always. Excited for another 5.5 hour meeting per usual. Marissa, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
We're getting a lot of feedback. Awesome. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi Natalia.
Hey.
Hey. Okay, I'm gonna mute and turn off the camera until the meeting starts.
I'll go for it. What passes?
Marissa, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you. Two.
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Thank you. Oh God. Is there still echo by like a minute? Echo.
You might guess we have to wait and see. Am I loud? Or I'm always okay. I see you.
I think we're good. If you hear my voice like 5 times in the meeting, we'll pause the Zoom.
Nothing wrong with that. Okay, do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just. Where's?
We're constantly in half capacity.
Where's?
Signing them. Okay.
Melanie's here too.
Right, okay, guys, let's try to maintain form. Okay, call this meeting. Mike, can you help at the beginning? Appreciate you. Call this meeting to order at 6:45 PM here in the Flying A room. I want to apologize to everyone in the audience. The order for dinner tonight was misplaced for tomorrow, so it came a few minutes late, and that had ripple effects, so huge apology. Before beginning, we ask students to acknowledge that the lands of the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated, and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, namely that of the non-federally recognized Barbaño tribe. Our association should aim beyond mere acknowledgement and toward concrete efforts alongside those who continue to fight for their rights to be respected as the original stewards of this land. Let's go on to roll call. Senator Chaudhary.
Present.
Oh, my fault.
Present.
Gutierrez.
Oh.
Let's remove that. Thank you. Carter. Hepburn, present. Joan,
Present.
Jones, Lucan, Lee. Manikova,
Here.
Mahis,
Present.
Wellington. Oh no, Yeehaw. Oh, Pepper. Reese,
Present.
Shirkin. Sussman
Present.
and Wang
Present.
and Wahidullah. Let's move into excuse absences and get this over with quickly, please. Jones.
Motion to excuse Senator Sussman at 11 PM due to family obligations.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Sussman at 11 PM due to family obligations. Is there a second, Manikowa?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Ways, questions, call question? Consent. Hopefully there won't be either.
No, if not.
We'll be out of here. Wait,
A motion to excuse Senator Wahidullah until 7 PM due to family obligations.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Wahidullah until 7 PM due to family obligations. Is there a second, Manikowa?
Second.
The second round of discussion, Mahis. The questions, call question? You pick by consent, seeing none, motion passes. Manikowa.
Motion to excuse Senator Than till 8 PM due to some accident. Mishaps. Alright.
A little mystery motion. There's been a motion. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Than until 8 PM due to some accident. Second, Wang.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Mahis.
Quick question.
Question, call question? Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Jusmonian.
Motion to excuse Senator Lucan until 8:15 PM due to academic conflict.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lucan until 8 PM due to academic conflict. Is there a second, Mahis? Second round of discussion, Manitoba. The question, call the question?
Consent.
Any objection, like consent? Seeing none.
Motion.
Yeah.
Can we go back to discussion? Or can I amend the motion? It should be 8:40.
8:40, sorry.
Can someone rescind?
Sorry, who called the question?
Call the question?
You called it, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to rescind it so we can just amend it real quick? Sussman.
Motion to amend the previous motion to read 8:40 instead of 8:15.
There's been a motion, and previous motion to read 8:40 instead of 8:15. Is there a second? Guys?
Sorry.
Second.
A second, we're not discussion. Oh no. No question. Questions or comments on the question?
No.
No.
You just not consent. Motion passes. So that's the subsidiary, right? So you still have to pass the revised thing. Sussman.
Call the question.
Question has been called. You just call the question? Sure. You object like consent. Seeing that motion passes. Markova.
Motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8:30 due to academic reasons.
Been a motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8:30 to academic reasons. Is there a second suspect?
Second.
There's been a second, no discussion. Reason. Question called to the question?
Consent.
You object like consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Suspect.
Motion to excuse Senator Shurkin motion to excuse Senator Shurkin for the duration of the meeting due to an internship.
And a motion to excuse Senator Shurkin for the duration of the meeting due to an internship. Is there a second? Markova.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Mohins. Question has been called. Call the question?
Consent.
Just like consent. I just think you guys find like really creative synonyms for these due to internship. Is that all?
Yeah.
Lovely. Proxies, no proxies.
Sorry, motion to excuse Senator Lucan until 8:30.
Wait,
Alright, I'm done.
we already did that.
My bad.
Percent?
Sure.
Okay, no proxies? Phenomenal. Let's move into public forum. Is anyone here for public forum? Okay, we can start with you and then you, if you wanna come up, yeah. So up to the podium usually? Yeah.
Okay, so I think put it over.
If you could give me your full name,
Molly Maskell,
spell that please.
MOLLY, MASCAL.
And I'll just read the speaking agreement. So you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in your being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a contact warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once and you might choose not to answer any questions. Do you agree?
Yes.
And do 3 minutes suffice or you want to add on to that?
Maybe 4.
Sussman.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes. Is there a second? Wayne,
Second.
there's been a second, no discussion. Hepburn,
Call the question.
any questions, call the question? Any objection, like consent? So you'll have 6 minutes. If we could all put our laptops down and focus in public forum, that'd be much appreciated.
I'm really sorry. I have to drop off a bag to somebody. Can I put that outside for like 1 minute?
Yeah.
Very fast. I thought she was gonna go first, so. Sorry.
Start the timer in the middle. No, you do it. Yeah, you're fine. Keep your shot, fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
Jill,
When can I start?
right now.
All right. My name is Molly Maskell and my pronouns are she, her. I'm speaking to voice my concerns regarding the bill on the table tonight to update Article 10, Section 2 of the Legal Code regarding BCU autonomy. I believe this bill should not be passed because it would fundamentally undermine the autonomy, internal expertise, and ethical decision-making authority of Associated Students BCUs. Rather than improving accountability, it would concentrate excessive power in the Senate and weaken the checks and balances necessary for a functional student government system. Firstly, the bill's core premise is flawed. The whereas language asserts that the Senate is an ultimate authority simply because its members are elected rather than appointed. That distinction does not justify giving Senate unilateral control over the internal operations, legal interpretation, and funding decisions of every VCU. Appointed members are selected precisely because they hold specialized responsibilities and are best positioned to assess their own mission, workload, timelines, and operational limits. Their judgment should not be displaced merely because another body is elected. Secondly, the claim that BCUs derive their authority and power from the Senate is too broad to justify the sweeping authority this amendment creates. Even though BCUs exist within the broader Associated Student structure, they still function as distinct entities with defined roles. That structure only works if BCUs retain meaningful independence in carrying out those roles. Allowing Senate to issue binding directives, compel expenditures, and punish noncompliance with removal turns what should be collaborative governments into institutional overreach. Third, the amendment would create serious ethical and practical harms. Funding commissions are entrusted to make deliberate decisions based on mission alignment, available capacity, and the judgment of their members. As the current vice chair of AS Global Gaucho Commission and a longtime member of Associated Students, I know firsthand the delicate balance that must be struck to carry out our work effectively. Forcing a commission to fund a project it has declined or to take on work it does not have the capacity to execute would damage timelines, disrupt operations, and override the internal consensus of the body charged with that responsibility. Finally, the amendment reveals a deeper structural problem. allows Senate to grant itself the power to override other AS entities with minimal restraint. A government's model in which one branch can direct, discipline, and effectively overrule separate bodies is not balanced government, and invites overreach and risks politicizing decisions that should remain within the informed discretion of the relevant commission or unit. In sum, this bill should be rejected, I believe, because it is based on a highly flawed view of Senate supremacy, disregards the competence and autonomy of BCUs, and would erode the internal checks and balances that protect associated students from exactly this kind of concentration of power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Yes.
Sussman?
Thank you so much for coming in. Very passionate speech. Hold on. So wanted to ask, in your perspective, from our side of the table, right? When there's BCUs, you know, that don't have, that are not following procedures, right? They are not taking minutes properly. They're not following the financial policies, procedures of the association, et cetera. How would you recommend from your years as in GGC, going about that so that way Senate can either guide or give more, not authority, but give more practice and I guess guidance to BCUs? Because I agree with you. I think centralization of power leads to concerning practices from the Senate, and checks and balances are very much needed. So I recommend that we go about this dynamic between BCU autonomy and Senate authority.
I don't know in and out all of the frameworks of that process, but I think that there are structural systems that should be pursued instead to ensure that they are aligning with those financial codes and their own legal codes and the broader AS legal codes, instead of the Senate just making that decision for them. I think that that presents a really concerning power dynamic, and I think that there are much better ways to approach and target that problem as opposed to just having the Senate be able to override them. Because if that's an option on the table, who's to keep you guys in check? You know what I mean? I think that there should be different frameworks to approach that issue.
Thank you, Molly. Appreciate it.
Am I calling on you guys?
No, I don't
What
think
does that
so.
mean?
It- they're basically like asking.
Yeah,
I recognize.
sorry.
John?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have two quick questions. I think the first one is easier. My question is, firstly, do you think this bill is more of like a turn away from solution, but actually punishing the BCUs who are actually operating pretty well by themselves? The second question is that, do you think passage of this bill, let's assume that it passed, that would disincentivize whoever wants to join BCUs later, or like disincentivize people who are already on the board to do those things as, you know, being disappointed with the situation?
Are you asking if one of those is more accurate or if I
Like,
agree?
both are questions of like, feel free.
I agree with both. I think that if word got out that this was the way that things are set up, people would be disincentivized from joining, because it feels like if you were to join a BCU, you have some kind of power, you have the power to make a change. And if this was the power system within AS, it would just feel like you were very limited in the capacity of what you could achieve if you were essentially just a puppet and you could have at any time what you have the power to control taken away from you. And I also do think that it is, like you said, possibly an outlet of punishing BCUs that don't align with exactly what Senate wants. That decision should be theirs at the end of the day, and I don't think that it should be an option at all for you guys to just be like, no, you will do this because we think it's the right thing to do.
There's 3 minutes for Q&A remaining, just fine.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
I just wanted to ask, I'm sure you understand, because BCUs use a large amount of student fees, there is a vested interest from these students at this university that they are following their mission statement, which is what they are sort of promised to do for the student body. If you don't believe the Senate should have the final say on if BCUs are in alignment with their mission statements, who do you believe should?
Well, like I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Evan.
Like I was saying to Evan, I really think that there should be frameworks in place. And I'm not sure what frameworks there are. It's difficult for me to imagine that there's no frameworks in place right now to make them adhere to the standards that they're supposed to be following.
It's very ambiguous.
Okay, well then I think that's an issue that should be worked on here. I don't think that the answer is that Senate makes that decision for them. I think the answer is that we approach this from the ground up and we say, why aren't they following their own directives? How do we get them to align better with their own legal codes? How do we get them to improve the student experience to the maximum capacity without us just deciding that for them? Because it's not just that, right? It's if you want something funded and they say, we can't fund this, you're telling them that, that's only one aspect of this bill from what I was able to read. You want them to take on a project they're not taking on. They probably made that decision for a reason, and I think that there should be a much more in-depth discussion there. Maybe you can have that be its own separate option, but talk to them and communicate instead of you saying, no, you will do this. That is not the right way to approach that problem, in my opinion. Any other? Yes.
Hi, I wasn't here,
Aidla.
yes, thank you again for coming and stuff. My name is Ivan Wahitola. I'm the chair of the Lazy Committee or Internal Affairs. I was not here present when you were communicating about your particular speech and stuff. I think I understand a bit of the disclosure about the statement. Because I completely understand your particular perspective, because we've had continuous conversations with BCUs with similar dilemmas, and we've tried as a body to provide, I think, opportunities for, multiple BCUs to have their voices heard in these particular circumstances, to find opportunities to create structures through dialogue, through conversation. And we had opportunities such as like our standing committees to come to them. Like, for example, we have the Lazy Committee. I don't know if you're aware, it's on Tuesdays, and people have the opportunity, if they're not feeling comfortable to speak to the general Senate body, they could come to particular standing committees such as this. Is maybe the BCUs informed about alternative solutions, about maybe finding ways to communicate the BCUs properly, whether it's like speaking individually if they're uncomfortable to maybe to a senator or a standing committee, or finding ways firsthand to maybe try talking about this first? Have you guys found ways to really try having dialogue yet, or has it just been more kind of a sudden reenactment about the scenario?
Well, I'm confused about the premise of that question, because from my understanding, this bill is, if the Senate has an issue with the BCU's decision, then that is for them to override and direct them regardless of their own opinion on an issue. But you're asking if the BCUs are aware of ways to, because then it sounds like if the problem is coming from the BCU, if they are aware of those channels. I think maybe if the Senate was to reach out, if they have an issue, to present them with that opportunity to go to this liaison committee meeting and discuss that there. I don't know why they wouldn't be happy to do that if that was their decision and then the Senate has an issue with their decision. I'm glad the liaison committee, wasn't particularly familiar with it, but I think that sounds like a great option. Has that not worked in the past to resolve those issues?
Like, it's more of the fact that we've tried, it's more of like a mutual particular conversation. Like, at least our committee has tried diligently really hard, because obviously the Senate body has a lot of like activities and like items of responsibility they have to conduct. So we try our best to at least provide alternative opportunities for you guys to have your voices be heard. And that's just another specific scenario I'm just bringing up, that there are maybe ways that if you have concerns about these things that you're mentioning about, that we've been also having opportunities specifically currently actually that we're trying to reach out to BCUs. And I think that may be just a good way you can just speak to us more in our intimate conversation better. And I think that this
Right.
things work better before enacting the legislation, I'm saying.
I just wanted to, I was made aware of this bill today, so I wrote that today, and I presented this today because it's getting voted on today. And apparently it's been kind of bounced around the Senate for a while. I'm not particularly involved with Senate deliberations, but I just wanted to make sure that I at least represent one BCU in voicing my opinion.
You wrote that today?
Yeah.
Nice.
And like,
Are you in your last year in AS? So you've been around for a while.
yeah,
What year did you start?
I transferred here fall quarter of
Okay.
last year, so I joined AS fall quarter.
So 2 full academic term? Okay. Is there any way in your experience in which you wish the Senate had been more involved in you guys' functions? Is there any way it would have been helpful?
In GGC, we have a very solid structure. We've never had any issues with the Senate that I can think of, other than things that happened before my time there, which I know not responsible for that, but yeah, that was one thing that the Senate it was complicated with that. But other than, I wasn't there, so not really, nothing jumps out.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
That's all our time for Q&A, but we appreciate you coming.
Mhm.
And I think that reading now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you guys a question? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay. What has been in the past so pressingly, like where has the division occurred, where a BCU has made a decision or not? Something that you were so unhappy with that this bill was created in the first place?
It's like a mass therapy session.
I'm just,
I'm not trying to belittle the question at all. I don't know the format to. Right. Briefly, please.
Sure. I think there's a severe lack of communication, right? And
Right.
that's across the entire association. The Senate isn't sure what happens in BCUs. BCUs aren't sure what happens in the Senate, right? And when you're playing with hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, it gets to be concerning. I'm speaking as a student here, you know. I want to know what's going on in the student government.
Yeah.
And when BCUs spend money in ways that, you know, might not align with the current Senate or the Senate that's, you know, residing that year, there might be some internal conflict between that. And that really hasn't occurred too much this year. But, you know, for instance, we have BCUs that have $500,000 in rollover, et cetera.
Right.
And
Right.
I think the Senate wants to know where that's going and how it's being appropriated. I feel,
Might be wise to keep it at that. And
Okay.
and pursue any conversation solved.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a communication issue, and I hope that you guys can resolve that. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Okay, were you here for public forum as well? You wanna come up?
Can we come up together? Is that?
Yeah, yeah, of course. What are you guys' names?
My name's Alex Kim.
My name's Oliver Ramirez Carter.
Oliver Ramirez
Carrera.
And did you guys hear the speaking agreement from earlier?
We did, or at least I did.
I can repeat it if you want.
Oh, yeah.
That's really fun, but, so you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, refrain from yelling. Speculation of senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a contact warning to be graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose not to answer any questions. You guys agree?
Yes.
And is 3 minutes enough, or do you want to add on to it?
That's fine.
Great.
Hi, guys. My name's Alex. I'm a caseworker at the Office of the Attorney General, and I just wanted to propose a project to you guys. So I'm basically working to install security cameras across campus, specifically at bike racks. I know Evan has done very extensive work on security cameras, and congratulations, he's done a great job. But I wanted to basically run this project by you guys and gain some insight or wisdom from you all, since I'm sure you guys have worked on projects such as these. I don't have the specific quota that I would need for these security cameras, but just for the future, I would want funding for this project. So
Do you want to add on, or?
Yeah, well, I'm also with the Office of the Attorney General. I'm a caseworker and my name's Oliver, my pronouns are he, him. And I'm just here to like update you guys on what we've been doing and what our like major projects this quarter are so far. So like building off Alex, that's one of the main projects we've been working on. And we also have 5 other projects that we've been working on. One of them is an ongoing one, which is just a civil code. Its main purpose being to create a clear guideline for future prosecutions. Another thing we're doing is the dispute process. We want to ease that through Gold. We know there's a lot of issues with that, and a lot of students feel like there's disparities in Gold and that they're treated unfairly, and there's a lot of things wrong with Gold, and we want to access that. We want to fix that, and to the best of our ability. And ultimately with that, there is also like, there's been discussion of implementing like, or creating an app for Gold, something we've also discussed. And then another project is an audit. We've been working on an audit regarding the rec center. So just seeing what's going on with that, where things are going wrong and what they're doing right. And there's also a delegated authority project in which we hope to request a new delineation of power from the chancellor. And lastly, what I've been personally working on alongside the caseworker Kat is that we have been tasked with proposing legislation to the Senate to align UCF bylaws with those of UC Berkeley, specifically policy 3301. In which the Regents delegated authority, which creates an exception to the UC Regents delegated authority and gives Berkeley's associated students a unique sense of autonomy. is what we've been working.
Will you guys take any,
Sorry?
you guys will take questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, Senators? Sussman?
Hi, Alex. Allard. Thank you for coming in. Much appreciated. So with regards to security cameras, sorry, that was the first timer. You know, it's a very touchy subject in contemporary political environment that we live in, right? What do you envision for security cameras being placed on campus, where they're placed, and how the students are informed in the OAG's office?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's a lot of concerns around privacy and the misuse of footage. I personally, I want to place security cameras at bike racks specifically, deter bike theft. I feel like students are very against the general concept of security cameras just being placed around. I actually currently am working on a survey. It's gonna get sent out to the student body, and I got it run by Vice Chancellor Mike Miller, and he's gonna look over that, but yeah, I think I just want to get as much data as possible from the student body and make sure that they don't feel invaded by the idea of security cameras.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for coming. I had another question about the cameras. I was wondering if you've had any contact or partnership with UCPD.
I actually do, yeah. So we contacted Chief Bly recently. I have a meeting with him tomorrow actually, and I'm gonna talk to him about that. Apparently there's already security cameras at Santa Catalina. And that's been like a pilot program, and like they're gonna take down those security cameras soon, but we're looking to implement those for a longer period of time. Yeah.
So it seems like you're aware of some of the work that's happening with Senator Sussman, Senator Reese, and the temporary committee on safety, but have you guys collaborated at all? Like, I feel like it might make more sense for you guys to do this as one common, am I driven?
She's in my English class. We're gonna do collaboration going forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just check.
Yeah. Yeah, I just like wanted to come to I want this to be like a collaborative effort between me and Senate. I was working on this with another caseworker. Her name's Nishu, but she couldn't come today, but I definitely can't do this on my own. And as of right now, the UCPD can't actually, or at least tentatively, they can't provide funding, nor can the student affairs. So I was hoping that, you know, perhaps then it can provide that funding.
Also, I'd like to recognize Senator Wahila and Harder. I should have done that earlier. Go on.
Thank you, Chair. Good, thank you guys for coming, by the way. I really like this project. I think it's super great. I just want to hear more just basic information about it, because you said you're just, curious about working in collaboration with the Senate body about when it comes to fiscal matters. I just want to know more of, like, if you could expand further about why specifically the Senate body, if it's like more for specifically fiscal matters. I mean, I'm more curious to hear about this a little bit better and love to collaborate, but I just want to know if you guys have collaborated any other conversations, other entities or other organizations, or maybe other issues about this, like, aside from student affairs, and want to hear more about like why maybe you're particularly needing assistance of us, when maybe if it's maybe other things you might also additionally need too.
Yeah, so this project is still in its infancy. I just came in as a caseworker. But as of right now, I'm just trying to gather like data from the student body to make sure they actually want the security cameras. So it's more so like logistics right now. I was actually appointed by Natalia Pasher, she just left, the Attorney General, to talk today, to like run the project by you guys, to like hear your insights. Like I said, I don't have a quota for like the funding, but I just wanted to run it by you guys to make sure I can get funding in the future. But if you have like any advice on that, I'm like very new to AS, so I don't really know like the politics of like what goes down.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all smooth and
It's true.
what year are you?
I'm a second year.
Oh, you have time.
Oh,
Was that it for? Q&A time?
Q&A.
One quick thing that might be of use on the app you guys are considering is I can't remember which conversation this came up in, but I remember the chancellor saying that he's interested in some kind of a app model of, I don't want to elon it, but the everything app where like everything you would need on campus is available in one thing, because they had something like this at, I believe, the University of Delaware, where he was chancellor previously. So it could be something, on the same idea of consolidate efforts as opposed to everyone pursue something differently. Is you're already in contact with VC Miller. I'm glad to hear you could maybe bring that up to senior admin leadership, show student leadership support for it, and maybe pursue it that way.
wait, sorry, could you elaborate with senior admin leadership?
Like the vice chancellor, executive vice chancellor, because if there is to be like one consolidated app that functions. There have been some attempts at this on campus. It really has to be the entire campus, like there has to be kind of a, I think, a mandatory end to it. So it might be good to coordinate with, as, the vice chancellor, the chancellor, whoever you can get access to.
Cool. Am I allowed to ask you guys questions? Can I do that?
Low-key, no, but I said the president earlier, so I can't say no to you now.
Just like a few. I was just wondering if like anyone has like any concerns for security cameras. Like I've tried to gauge like students and what they believe about this, but I don't know, any concerns anyone may have? Yes.
I think the primary concern is,
Giuseppe, what do you do?
Oh, sorry.
Briefly, Reeves and then Giuseppe.
Yeah.
I would say that we created a temporary committee on student safety through the Senate, and we've been talking to a lot of different student representatives through that and representatives from BCUs. The main concerns are typically as follows: protection for undocumented students, like infringing on privacy, and also concerns that it'll be used for like minor drug infractions and to like really micromanage and police student lives. So those have been the main three that I've typically heard. I'd love to hear from the rest of the senators, but that's like the loud concerns, which
Okay.
UCPD has been working really well with the Senate to alleviate student anxieties. So that's a plus.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Giuseppe, do you mind if I let Sussman add something on that?
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, DHS, ICE are also large concerns of the student body. Luckily, the pilot program to which we created with UCPD was through LiveView Technologies. They don't share to third parties. There are other companies to which do, and we've been very diligent to work with UCPD on ensuring that if there were cameras on campus, to which LVT was, that no information is sold to third parties whatsoever. And they've been very proactive in communicating that with us as well.
Okay, and that counts for the minor drug stuff too, right? They wouldn't get.
I think it's a separate concern from the student body of, information being sold to ICE or to DHS.
Got it.
There's also a press release you might want to make available to them where we lay out this kind of thing. And I don't know if you guys signed anything with UCPD, but if so, that should be made available too. Giuseppe?
Senators Reese and Sussman said, I think pretty much everything I was gonna say, which is that there is a concern that these cameras could be used to police victimless crimes, like underage drinking, and stuff like that, that I don't think it's our place to enforce. But as long as there are safeguards in place to make sure that the evidence these cameras are collecting are not going towards the enforcement of petty crimes like that, I don't think that's a big issue,
Okay.
personally.
And is there anyone specifically that I can contact to kind of like make it as transparent as possible to the student body?
Cool.
What's your email? I'll send you the.
KIM40@ucsb.edu.
Sorry, contact for what?
Oh, he just asked.
No, for transparency.
Transparent, yeah, I don't know, I don't wanna just like implement security cameras and have students, be shocked by it. I don't think that's what's.
The email I just sent you is the press release the Senate Temporary Committee created and has all the information about how the cameras are being used, UCPD's policies that show that they're not interacting with third parties, et cetera. So if you want to read through that, that's going to have all the information you really need about camera policies on campus, at least from the Senate side of things.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And then to contact, I guess you're already working on a survey, seems like the best route to
Yeah.
get to students directly. Maybe if you could connect with our AS communications staff, could also be worth pursuing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. I hope you keep pursuing this. This is great work.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for public forum? Okay, let's go into ASUCSB. No.
Chair.
No reports.
May I be recognized?
You've been recognized?
No,
You've been recognized.
thank you.
Okay, let's go into external reports. Is there a chancellor's representative?
Susan's here.
ABC Perkin, would you like to speak or just attending today
I'm just attending. Yeah, no specific updates. Thank you.
for joining us? Is there a UCPD representative? GSA representative? Youth and Governance Board or IVCSD? Okay, let's move into ACCSB reports. Any administrative committee reports? Boards and commission reports? Or unit reports? President's Cabinet, Executive Director. Hello. You know the deal.
I do.
You've been in this job for a week, you know, you're.
Three official days. It's most might be elections heavy, so prepare for that. Ballot language is finalized. I sent that along. There's one more round of UCOP. Looking it over just to check for compliance, because what happens is we send language to UCOP checks it, they come back with, you absolutely must make these changes. We recommend you make these changes, and here are some comments. So that's like the 3 levels of things. So we implemented the changes they recommended and are sending them back to them for like the final thumbs up. Just for complete transparency. We have 39 candidates for office this year, so you can see there was some diminishing from the declaration of candidacy meeting. We're working on sections of it for testing on the Qualtrics side of things, including the CEC language and the GSA ballot, because there's a lot of just quirks in there. We're working on verifying all the endorsements. We've had many endorsements come through the system, and we're trying to get that up so that those will be reflected in everyone's supplement. Issue with the con statements that was discussed recently has been resolved, so that's moving forward. That's great. Voting begins Monday at 8 a.m. We'll vote on the AS voter portal, or you can log into Gold and there'll be a link from there. It's handy to say vote on Gold. You do not have to log into Gold to do anything. It's just nice to say. Reminders: 20% turnout is required. No using your position if you are a candidate. No using AS resources either. That includes like our mailing lists and things like that. And endorsements can come from other candidates, non-affiliates, and RCOs. And like I said, they'll appear, I think, above your name, endorsed by, and it'll have like a list. And part of the verification of that is that some people like, well, I represent this RCO and I endorse these 5 candidates. Like, okay, well, we have to verify that that's true. And then we'll reach out to the RCO to like make sure that's the case. Most endorsements come from individuals, so it's not as big of a deal because they have to log in and verify anyway. Let's see, the student government liaison position has been posted. Like I said, they'll sit in AS Maine, and we would like to have senators on that committee. We worked out a system in which senators will get an additional honoraria if you serve on the committee, because previously, it's weird. Many years ago, it was just anyone who wants to be on the committee that's affiliated with AS could be on it. And then it switched to, well, you had to be an employee. So that was your hours that you were on the committee, and that was it. So now we want it to be like a little bit wider. So if you would like to, and we would like it to be involved in the hiring process, you can reach out to Lily and we'll make that happen. And then budget-wise, just once again, I'll just say it as many times until we get to the budget hearing, to review everything that you have available. I saw that minutes went out. I saw that video recordings went out. So look at everything, basically study up on all that. And remember, like, we're in step 2 now. Step 1 was finance committee. Step 2 is the president's budget. And step 3 is all of you. And that I recommended to all points at this juncture that, like, going forward, every budget recommendation needs to, this is my recommendation. So it's like, come with an explanation. So if anyone submits a budget for $10,000 and you give them $6, there should be some kind of a note along with the sheet. Like, it can't just be the sheet, because when you come out of closed session and just deliver a sheet as an answer to what happened, I think that's insufficient. And I think you need to have some kind of explanation for if someone is not, the recommended funding is not like anywhere near what they requested. So even if it's like more, like, there should be an explanation like, well, this is because we're bundling in these other things. Because right now it's very confusing. And with the lack of information, it just becomes a rumor mill, and then people come up with their own explanations for it. So if there is a reason why something isn't funded to a certain amount, by recommendation for finance committee, the Senate, and for the president's office, is to like have some explanation along with the text. And that was it.
If we can all focus in on this discussion. This is very important one. Sussman?
I have two questions. Is that permissible?
Is.
Congratulations, Executive Director Lieberman. Congratulations. So just two brief questions. The first being, discuss briefly the UCOP policies. If we make that motion tonight, it'll make its way onto the official ballot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. The second is more so related to, I guess, the public face of the association. So is there any sort of assistance or oversight from staff on what's posted by entities, DCUs, different offices within the association before it's published? It's not to point to like a specific scenario, but I'm just curious if there's any sort of oversight if misinformation were to get out and damage the face of the association.
There's nothing currently in place now. So the current system with social media and that kind of thing is that typically an advisor should have access to, it's actually in policy that an advisor should have access to social media accounts. Number one, so that when those people graduate, it just doesn't get lost, which has happened dozens of times because it's just they go and then they have no responsibility to the university anymore. They could just delete the emails when someone's asking, hey, could you give me the Instagram password? Like they just don't respond and then you block all those followers and everything's gone. So that's the number one reason why we request that. And I don't know where it is in code, but it is in there that it's required they do that. There isn't a approval process now.
Didn't you say you asked it?
I asked it. Do you, as the executive director now, do you recommend that there is a policy of oversight from career staff, or would you recommend against such provisions?
I tend to err a little bit more on the freedom of speech kind of part of things. Also, it's a lot of extra work to do that because we have dozens and dozens of accounts across various platforms. So I think probably I would lean more towards if there is a problem, then to address it after the fact with things as opposed to having everyone go through a queue to do that, because then it feels less like your organization, I think is my, just off the top of my head, response.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Oh, no. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Congrats again. Thank you for getting back to me about Gateway as well. I was just wondering what the official process is for issuing an endorsement and how we can get that to be displayed.
So it's a form on the elections website. I don't think it's well advertised on the site. I think elections board, they've sent out so many different communications, I've lost track of what's happened. I think at some point they sent it out because we have a lot of things coming in. So definitely someone found it. There's a form on the elections website that's for endorsements, and essentially just you have to log in and then you just select whether or not you're endorsing a party or you're endorsing a person, and then you select that party or person and whether or not you're representing a group or yourself. And that's it. And so you just hit submit on the form, and right now someone from elections board will go through and approve them. So they did those sit in the queue waiting to approve. That's how it works.
Thank you. Nothing else? Is everyone familiar? So we all understand the ballot part?
Yeah. Now is definitely the time to ask those questions.
Upper?
I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but there's no one running for the College of Engineering. If there was someone who wanted to run, could they run now, given there's no one doing it, or would the next Senate just appoint them?
It's the next Senate, it's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, we're already
It's gotta
past,
be an appointment.
we're already past the writing candidates deadline, which was just a couple days ago.
Here's mine.
Thank you as always for coming, Sean. I have two questions. Number one, you said something about UCOP recommended certain changes to our proposed initiatives and amendments. Is there an itemized list of those? I would just like to know what they want changed before we take any action.
Yeah, Mirtha and I have she has the list. They sent us basically a Word document that has the recommended things. And the short version was with they commented on one constitutional amendment. Which was about. Oh, the groups that are not active for 2 years or 4 years, basically that's the necessitating the inclusion of that deposit fee or cancel fee is to go through the chancellor. They just required that like little blurb of one sentence be in there.
Okay.
And then pretty much everything else was like, can you check this number? And we did, and it was fine. And then there was another one where it was just, we hadn't inserted the final numbers for the mobility transportation program, the breakdown, and that was, I think the extent of it, but Marissa can check the notes too, but that's mostly it. So it wasn't an extensive change of anything.
I see.
Except
All right. And then my other question was, so my understanding was last year when we did, I wasn't here last year, but my understanding is last year, the way the Qualtrics form was set up was, that you had to like fill out the whole thing, and at the very bottom, there was a button to submit, and a lot of people filled out the thing and didn't understand how to submit it, and their votes weren't counted. Are there any plans in place to, improve the process so that we don't have so many spoiled votes this time around?
So we've had pretty much the same percentage of votes where people don't finish over the years. It's always more than like 1,000. The very first, second page in red, or maybe this is the first page, it says your vote will not be counted until you hit submit ballot at the end, and it's in like red. I mean, I can make it flash, I can put some GIFs around it, I can do some things. My idea, and I explained this to some other folks just the other day too, is that we don't count partial ballots ever. They just get discarded. Right? And my thinking, and you can let me know if you agree with this, my thinking is if you go into the ballot box and you have the little dividers between you and you're filling up the Scantron and you like get halfway through and you're just like, you know what, I don't want to do this, and you stop. No one's going to take that and voting for you in the thing. You have to physically do it. You have to, and like that's how I've always approached it, is that you have to say, no, I am voting, and press the final button. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect analogy for how it works, but the fact that people can go back in and continue the ballot gives me pause for ever counting partials, because then it's like, well, no, I wanted to go back and change something. And then like, that's no, like for sure, I don't want to do a partial, because then they could say, well, I was going to change my vote for that final page, or I didn't really want to like confirm all those things. So like that, I just feel deeply uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather not have 1,000 plus people stop with, voting too. But we do have the ability to send out reminders to people who have started but not finished. So I do that when I have time every year, like, hey, we noticed you started the ballot but haven't finished. Could you only have 1 more day or 5 more hours or whatever it is.
All right, yeah, I think that makes sense. Thank you, Sean.
If there's additional language anyone wants to suggest for that front thing, or making the submit vote button bigger or something like that, I'm also open to it. Like, design does matter.
I think all those make sense. Sorry if this was part of the exchange and I missed it, but I know there was also some discussion about having some kind of, it runs up after a while and then it submits the sections. You did submit for you, like maybe click something at the beginning that, hey, if I don't complete by X hour, it's submitted as.
We did talk about that, yeah. That's not up to me. That'd be up to elections board and the Senate, whether or not they wanted to change the system in that way to basically opt in. Like if people wanted to opt into like, yeah, you can count my partial ballot, then that would delay tallying for like a little bit, but like it's doable.
Get to 25%. Actually.
We've gotten long. I think the highest we've gotten since I've been here is 45. Pre-pandemic, obviously.
Okay, thank you so much, Sean. Okay, now we get to advisors' reports. If you guys would like to come on. Sorry. Hey, if you have 10 minutes, feel free.
For having me. Thank you for the invitation to.
We can all please pay attention. So sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Leah Bartos. I'm the journalism advisor at Associated Students, and for the last year, I've also been leading a pilot program of our AS communications team. You may have heard of it as part of the reorganization that the department is undertaking. As we even heard today, the priority of improving communication, both internal and external, has come to the surface time and again, like from students, from staff, from everybody. So it was kind of a no-brainer, like let's start here. So I've been working with colleagues in AS that are basically in the media areas already. So media center coordinator, KCSB news director, the art director, to work on this group to make improvements, as well as a more student-facing working group that a number of you actually have joined already. And I also want to invite anyone to join that meeting as well. We change the meeting quarterly, kind of depending on schedules, but this week we're meeting at 11 on Friday. So people are welcome to join. I can send that after the fact with a little more details in the agenda. So yeah, I wanted to just come here and let you guys know that this is happening. We're making some, it's a big task, but I think we're making some improvements already. One of the main goals of this group too is to develop a larger strategy as far as how we're communicating with each other, to the campus, and maybe beyond that too, about, some of the internal workings, but also why does this work matter? What do we want the larger community to see about the work that people are doing here and the impacts that people are making? So it's been, I think, a missed opportunity in a way to tell that story. So we're trying to do that now. So some of the other more specific things that we've done, we started partly to, again, some of the conversation earlier tonight kind of alluded to this, but some of the internal communications that we could improve on as far as thinking about BCU's general membership of Associated Students, just being on track with being in compliance with rules and following all of them and keeping all on track with all of that. So we thought that was probably a good place to start. So we started the AS Updates semi-bi-weekly newsletter that you guys get on the entities list. And that's really geared more towards students that are already involved in AS and thinking about what are the things that they need to know right now to do their jobs, really trying to look at where are the gaps in knowledge and sort of start there. So, or where are the areas that we as advisors get the most questions about, and so sort of address those first. So honoraria changes was a big one that we focused on. We had a guide to that, and we try to sort of have a theme for each issue, I guess. So honoraria, now there's a new system and it's great, but you have to do an intake form. You have to make sure you've been appointed. I mean, these things existed before, but we're kind of trying, we all have the same goal here to be in compliance. So just laying that out. And honestly, a lot of times it really is just a roundup of stuff that you guys have actually already put out or other staff members have put out. We're just putting it in one place. So we're not necessarily creating the content. We're just kind of putting it in one place and just trying to get it out there. So I think that's focused a lot of work. And also too, if there's any areas too that you guys are observing, hey, people are just not, getting their appointments. And that was a big thing this year. Just let us know and we can focus on that. Obviously, budget stuff has been a big one that people have a lot of questions about. So we're trying to proactively sort of identify those areas and then put out a guide that hopefully can help, again, students more that are already involved on the kind of nuts and bolts and the weeds of that. And also knowing that advising sometimes is unevenly applied in the associations. So trying to just get everyone to a baseline as a starting point. So now that's AS Updates. That's more the internal newsletter. As you guys know, I think we do have bulk mail again. So for external communications, that's been a huge boost. We really just got access to it at the beginning of spring quarter. So I think you guys already got instructions on how to request that. It's also a little bit of a soft launch. So we're kind of figuring it out as we go. But since I know some people in here like data, I came with some data. And this is based off of 12. So I know this is for scholars in the room, this is not very scientific, but it's fun to see. So in the old bulk mail, we didn't have any information. It just went out there. You have no idea if anybody opened it. It was very, 1990s style email. Now it's through the MyMO platform, so it has all the analytics and all that stuff. So in a year from now, or even in like a couple of months from now, I can come back and give you better data. But it's cool to see right now. So from what we sent out so far, we have pretty consistently a 50% at least open rate. So that's like 10,000 people, and it's like immediate too. So that's kind of like a little boost of, serotonin every time you see like the number tick up. The highest open rate that we've had, again, ever of 12 was 70%, and it was for the Did You Get Cited During Deltopia one that came out the Monday after Deltopia. So I don't know if that was timing, I don't know if it was relevance, but that was kind of fun to see. But the EVPLA one about the STI Screen-a-thon also got close to 70%. Zero Waste Committee Festival also had close to 70%. Anyways, but they all have had, like I said, at least a minimum 50%. And that's 10,000 people opening your emails. So it's pretty cool. The other thing that's cool about having this again, and again, this is just 2 weeks of this, but it's just giving this sense of the diverse things that AS does and the breadth of all the different programming, events, recruitment opportunities, things like that. So I think it's a good thing, and I think it's good to just, maybe not everyone's going to participate in your events or try to join your board, but it does just raise the presence, of AS. So we're happy to have that back. One thing to note that is different about the bulk mail system now is that there's an opt-out option. So that wasn't the case before with the bulk mail. You just got it and you couldn't, doesn't mean people were going to read it, but they were always going to get it. So now people can opt out. Again, based off of our 2 weeks, we do lose like 2 to 5 people every single email we send out, which isn't that much compared to 21,000 undergrads, 0.02% unsubscribe rate according to the analytics. But but my understanding is that we lose those people forever. So we want to be mindful about how we're using it, and not spam people, basically. So part of the work of the working group, including the group of students, has been to come up with some kind of guidelines for this. Really basic things like you have to be an AS group to request it from us. There's other ways to do it outside of AS. If you're an RC or something like that, that's a sort of side project to put a guide together for. If you don't qualify for AS bulk mail, what are your other options? So that's a pending project. We're trying to limit it to 2 per quarter per group, just again, to hopefully make people really think about the choice to send bulk mail and if you really want to do it or not. And you don't have to do it too. You don't have to do it at all. It needs to be pertaining, your message has to be pertaining to something in AS and has to be also relevant to a campus-wide audience. And we're also asking people as much as possible to plan ahead and schedule in advance as much as possible, because we are getting a lot of requests, which is great. But since we're trying to do just one a day, it means we have to sort of stagger them. So if you have an event coming up and it's important and it's not until June, like you can submit it now and we can slate you for that time. You'll have a better chance of like getting your preferred date if you do that. Again, it's brand new. Like we're trying to ask people to submit with at least a week lead time, but we've barely even had it for a week. So we're being lenient on that. And I think another thing too, for the working group to do is just to assess the effectiveness of email marketing at all. Like it's a tool, but it's not the only thing. So we're putting a lot of effort and emphasis on it right now, but also recognize that there's 50% that are opening it, but there's also 50% they're not opening it. And even because they're opening it and clicking it doesn't mean that they've showed up to your event or applied. We haven't assessed yet. And then a couple other things we want to work on more are to do more of department-wide or like a campus-wide email, but that's from the department of like a roundup of events and meetings and things like that. That a lot of other departments do this already. So that could be a weekly thing. Anyone could, in AS, could join that sort of newsletter roundup. That also may reduce the sort of spam noise if we do it that way. So we just need more staff time and or student staff time to work on that, make a workflow for that. It would be kind of similar to the AS president's current newsletter, just coming out more frequently. The other thing too is just to really broaden our external communications to highlight the achievements of students in the association, such as through the annual report, which we've talked about in the working group. Something that the department used to do was like a glossy magazine that sort of got more in depth into the different stories and examples of projects and things like that that made a difference. So we'd like to bring something like that back. Doesn't have to, maybe there's a physical copy, maybe it's digital, maybe it's both. So if you're interested in that, I definitely encourage you to join the working group or have a separate meeting with us. Alumni relations is another thing that we think has been a big missed opportunity as far as telling the story of AS and the impact beyond being a student currently is what do people do after graduation and how does that impact them personally in their careers? And maybe if they're getting into some kind of work that's like advocacy work or anything meaningful, like how, what does it do after this? So that's something we'd like to work on. And then you guys were talking about press releases, public relations and stuff like that. That's another area that we think we could have more growth into, like actually getting more coverage of stories originating from AS, not just in campus news, but in local news, state news, national news, that kind of thing. So we do have people, staff members on the team that have experience in that too. So we hope to expand those opportunities. Related to that kind of would be also some coaching, I guess, on media appearances. If that's something you guys are having the opportunity to do or interested in. So that leads me to the last thing, which is a sort of side note, but we've also been doing exit interviews. We're calling them exit interviews. They're more promotional interviews to talk about the video interview. A few of you guys have done this already. It's been fun. It's more like a studio interview like you would be doing if you were being interviewed for the news or a documentary, which is actually what my background is in, doing television, national television broadcast news. So it's kind of like your chance to have a mock interview, but this is really what I did before. So I think it's pretty good quality experience if you ever think you're going to be interviewed in the news, if you're like go on to have a career in politics or something like that. Good experience. That wasn't the original point of doing it, but I just realized it as a byproduct, it's maybe a good experience. So we're more doing it to talk about, again, that larger goal of sharing the story of AS, the impact of your work that you are doing now, and also to kind of look forward to next year and future years and share your advice with people that are going to be taking your positions since the year is coming to a close and many people are moving on. So yes, we still have some more times open for that. We have another session tomorrow. You've been getting my emails. Sorry, I keep spamming you guys, speaking of spam with that, but we'll keep adding more times for that. So I hope you guys can join.
Thanks a lot. Husband?
Yeah, thank you, Leah. Really appreciate it. Brief question. So when you're sending out bulk emails, this is just a request from myself. It's the larger student body. Is there any way that the vacant list or the list of vacant positions can be advertised to the student body as well? Because Sean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's usually 30 to 40% of positions go unfilled in the association, and that's that leads to a buildup of honoraria that's just unspent. Student fees go unspent that way, and it's a way for students to get involved. So can that be involved, or can that be included in future publicity going out to the larger student body?
For sure. We can work, like if you want to draft something coming from your office, we could work together on that, or when we get to doing the like roundup email, that could just be included as like a regular thing, like every week, it could be like, here's open positions, here's, the Senate meeting time, here's a bunch of other things going on. So,
Yeah.
yes, definitely, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi Leah, thank you for coming in. Really excited to join for this week's after not being able to attend for a while. And then I'm going to ask you a question, but then just as an update, we're also planning on meeting with the BCUs in a big event. And I'm gonna be asking them about the AS internal newsletter and how it works for them. So I'll try to update you on that feedback as well. Two things. Regarding the metrics on the bulk email, I was wondering if the internal newsletter has that or if that's on a different system. I received the answer. And then second of all, do those metrics, are there abilities to check if you you embed a link into that email and you can check how many people have clicked on that link? And I've already received both my answers, so I'll be but I guess we should verbalize them for
Yes, so for your first question about the metrics on the internal, no, there aren't, but we might try we could potentially use this platform, the Emma platform internally. And then if we do that, then yes, we would have. So that has to do with like adding users because the system now goes to UCSB, like you're at UCSB versus you're at AS1. So we just had to think about if we wanted to change the way we kept email lists. It's not impossible, and because I do want to have that, I want to know. And your second question, the links. Yeah, so the platform really gets in the weeds of, and I'm not even sure what everything means exactly, but there's the open rate and then there's the click rate and then there's the click to open rate or something. And I think that's the one, but I can show you and we can look at this on Friday if you can come, but when you look on the back end, it shows the message and it shows little highlights on each. You have a bunch of links. It'll say exactly how many clicks there were for each thing. And then if they kept going. So yeah, it's really good information to have.
Yeah, hi Leah, thanks for coming. It was really nice to meet you for the first time actually. But so my question is, you said that like students can unsubscribe. Is there any way, I guess this is two questions. Is there any way we can remove that? Or is there like, how do students get added back on? Cause I mean, I'm thinking like sometimes they just think, oh, it's spam, let me unsubscribe. But then in the future, they miss out on like opportunities that they might have been interested in. So.
I have that question too. I don't know. Student Affairs is the keeper of this platform. Some of them, Leanne's newsletter, the president's newsletter actually has a different level where there is no opt-out option. And I think some of the other messages the students get are like mandatory somehow, but I'm not sure exactly how to do it. And I do have the same question too, like, can we add them back? Or what if they just didn't like this one message, but they would like these other ones? Or does it renew every year? So I have those same questions. I'll try to find out.
Thank you.
Carter.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciated the interview. It was a really good time. I was wondering when those are going to come out and where we can find them.
Yeah, that it'll be the end of the year. Yeah. And hopefully there'll be, I don't know, actually I have a question for Sean about that. But potentially we could have some kind of screening of it publicly. And if at minimum, there'll be obviously a social media aspect about it and maybe on the AS website as far as like a promotional video talking about, again, like why does this work matter? And that's something that people that aren't currently involved in AS or maybe new, people who are prospective students or just accepted their admission here, they could look around and see different opportunities and see you guys talking about what this place is, rather, so I think it could live potentially permanently on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Is that all? I want to thank you personally for not only this important work. I think it sets a new chapter and takes us exactly in the direction we need to be heading in of, it's been a complaint as long as I've been here of how people just don't know what we do. And then we go on doing the same thing. So giving it a proper try is, I think, exactly the kind of thing we need, but also the kind of staff-student relationship that you foster, I think, is exactly the kind of thing we need to invest in as well. And And it's been really encouraging interacting with you the last several months, so I want to thank you on both fronts, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Feel free. Okay, Smile, you got the 10 minutes ready?
All right, yeah, hi, everyone. I've been here before, but my name is Sarah Seachlog, and like Leah, I am shifting a bit what I'm working on as AS staff kind of move through our reorganization, some job description updates. So I just kind of wanted to come and give you an update. It's not as cool as bulk email because like you said, we have needed that for a very long time. But I am transitioning into a new role as the Associate Director of Sustainability and Student Empowerment, is what we're calling it. So this is going to include supervising the staff coordinators for recycling, food bank, and the student farm. This is going to in effect now as Phil, who is the one who's been supervising these areas for several years now, is preparing to retire in June. And I'm for now continuing to advise EAB, EJA, Coastal Fund, and the Bike Committee. And then the groups that are already kind of in this area are the Zero Waste Committee and the Food Bank Committee. We do intend to hire a new person in the summer who will take over some of my day-to-day advising work, so I can do more in these other areas and do some higher level work. And also, when I started several years ago, I actually started in the recycling coordinator position. And as part of that, did the initial campus approvals and fundraising for what has now become the student farm. So I am kind of returning to some work that I've done before. So I think I wanted to describe what I kind of have as the philosophy of why we're calling this sustainability and student empowerment. And so this is really combining two areas that are often referred to as like sustainability and basic needs. And that's kind of how the campus has grouped these areas. And the new areas that I'm taking on have been classified as like enterprises or operations for a long time, which I don't think really like gets to like actually how like revolutionary some of these programs have been. And so I think student empowerment really kind of like augments and goes further than like either sustainability or basic needs and puts the focus on students really being like active participants in defining and like demanding what they need in these areas. So I think empowerment is a really essential part of how these areas really have been functioning. And I think just need to be recognized that way. So like, for example, our recycling program is not just like we love our custodians on campus, but this is not a custodial program. When the AS recycling program started 30 years ago, those students were the first ones who started the campus recycling program. And then they were the first ones who started our e-waste program. And then they were the first ones who started our composting program. And so they have really kind of continued to advance the work and then partnering with facilities and custodial staff to take it on and expand it as operations become stabilized. Similarly, like the food bank is not just CalFresh or like a meal distribution. They do those things. There's also campus partners that do those things. But our food bank, by being nested within AS, is really provided a path for students to not just kind of like take what's given, but to name the resources that they need and ensure that those are available when and how they need them. Our food bank students and staff were part of some of the initial advocates for the UC-wide resources and funding that now support some of our like broader campus programs. So that's, I think, really what this like student empowerment piece is at. And I think why these areas are combined is like we have a combination of, and really unique in AS, there's a combination of like BCU groups that do advocacy work and the operations and services that are providing the resources students need. So what I would like to do and really focus on as we sort of develop this is I personally have had quite a bit of training and experience in advocacy work and advocacy campaign development. I've taken students through, I think as you all know, advocacy efforts to bring back the missing bike path connection past the library. And I've been training students for years in what has now become the nationally significant Stop Sable campaign, which is gonna be back in court on Friday. So we'll see how that goes. And I would really like to help with more of the advocacy work that AS has been running, not just in the areas I oversee, but really kind of continuing to build out some of our resource programs. I'd also really love to help some of the programs like the great work that you all really did around the Deltopia noise ordinance and other advocacy and community engagement efforts to make sure that students are being heard. I'd also really like to have time and capacity to do all of the like higher level like student trainings and strategic planning that I haven't really had time to do. And I just really want to ensure that our sustainability groups and our advocates are more directly connected to each other, not only so they can work together, but also so that our advocates have a better understanding of like how the operation side of campus is functioning, and can really kind of go do their work with a more informed perspective and also just kind of more of an in into how these things are functioning. So that's where we're at. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for coming in and for your communication with the Senate throughout this year. It's been very productive. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask, so in your years of experience here, you've concurrently overseen EAB and EJA, if I'm not mistaken, is that correct? So I want to ask a difficult question, and that is, through reading meeting minutes, through looking through the financial records and going to budget deliberations, I wanted to see if there's any true distinction in the difference between what the BCUs have been trying to accomplish in the past year. Because from the Senate perspective, I would say I've seen difficulty in finding that distinction. And I wanted to just hear from you before any decisions are made from the Senate side.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the students, and I have encouraged them to reach out to Leanne is the next stage in the process, and then you all after that. So I don't want to speak for them. I will say that every BCU from one year to another group shift and based on the people that are in them. As to how they function, I think EAB has always been a broad everything group. They do advocacy work, they do events, they do educational stuff. They have an environmental justice chair, but it's and they really focus on being the broad everything group. I think the other groups, and not just EJA, but for example, EJA Zero Waste Committee, Surfrider, some of the
DPW.
DPW, Your Children's Trees, there's a lot of other groups on campus that specialize and focus on an area. And I think also Gauchos Go Green is another one that's kind of doing a lot of groups just will kind of have their different specialty. And exactly how they define that changes from year to year based on the students. And yeah, I mean, I think had something else I was gonna say. And it's gone. Might come back to this if it ran papers.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming several times and presenting things properly so we Cool. Okay, we're in executive officers reports. Executive office members, administrative reports. Our senator reports. Okay.
Yeah, Chair. Really quickly, I just wanted to,
We remembered what I was
sorry.
The other thing I was just gonna say is, groups often function differently in process, even when their topics are. For example, Gauchos Go Green is kind of just a Greek life population doing environmental stuff. EAB is heavily, tends to be heavily first years in its general population. They have, big active general meetings, and a large core group that's doing lots of different stuff. EJA, I think, tends to be a smaller group that is more focused on being like intimate and providing conversation and like a space for people who maybe feel like overwhelmed in the like larger, like multiple things going on in like groups like Gauchos Go Green and EAB. Surfrider, I hear, has some pretty intense parties. Yeah, so I think there's also like just the subject area, but also like how the groups choose to function, and people want different things and want different things.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah.
You both have a great night. Senator Harder, all yours.
Thanks, Chair. Just in the name of transparency, I wanted to make it clear why I'm 30 minutes late to every single meeting. I have a class from 6 until 7, so I'm learning how to play the oud. It's a Middle Eastern instrument, but that's why I'm 30 minutes late every single meeting, just to make it clear for the record. Yeah, I'll play soon. I yield.
That was your report.
Yes, that was my report.
Well, I was expecting at least a little instrument.
Oh, yeah. It's a big instrument, but next time.
There's your instrument.
Okay,
It's in the music room.
let's move to new business.
Yes.
Well, I will go chairship for a second. I think nature calls. Bro. Got it.
I reported.
Wait, point of order. Could someone change me from being absent?
No.
on The agenda. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you. President.
Senator Than, floor is yours on the bill to update Senate Policy 22.
Oh, I for sure knew this was happening. So, okay, as you guys know, from what newly appointed, hired Executive Director, Lieberman said last week with his report regarding the 3, not sinkholes, but 3 areas of waste, identifiable waste in the within AS, and one of them, it's written there, and it's also, I've already highlighted it in last week's meeting. It's in the timestamp of, it's honorary, he didn't say waste specifically, please don't quote him on that, but it's honoraria, food and travel. And it is our duty to be prudent those finances. I think we all have some reservations regarding let's not speak for the Senate, but I have reservations as a senator and as a student regarding the amount of food that is spent internally and in meetings that are meant, that we all know are supposed to be public meetings, but don't exactly have public involvement. So thank you to Senator Sussman, who's also on this bill, and Senator Manikova, was gonna get to you, about we wanted to implement these procedures based on real life, actual like visual things of UCOP and the UC Business and Finance Bulletin, which is reflected pretty much throughout this entire policy and its updates, with just a few things being that the numbers, the number limits for like meals and stuff are much lower, because honestly, if you look at the original document, the amount of money that they give themselves is insane. That is my opinion, though, not the opinion of anyone else. But I think obviously we all know that this is really important. It's up on the floor so that we can really discuss it. And I'm sure maybe other entities, other AS entities will have concerns. Maybe they didn't see tonight's agenda or they didn't have any concerns now, but in the future, we're really hoping that they can come to liaison committee, which I hope for this to be tabled to, unless it needs to go finance for specific financial procedures. And other than that, I yield the floor.
What she said.
Yeah, so basically the numbers that came up in this bill are already existing in financial policies and procedures. So Jenny, I hope you're proud. Those are based off of the travel requirements. So as Mira said, UCOT policies, I think it's like $70 per person for dinner. That's heinous for a college level student government. So we just adjusted it to what already exists and works. And I think the big thing in this bill, which Mira, I apologize if you already said, is the time requirement.
Yes.
So essentially BCUs and entities and offices within the association that don't have a 3-hour meeting or more than, at a minimum, cannot order food. That's the rule going forward. It would prevent, an abuse of power, I would say, and what has been criticized by the public as excessive waste by this student body. So essentially, no governing body or entity can order any sort of food unless the meeting is at a minimum of 3 hours, which I think is a good preventative measure to ensure that waste is no longer accepted in this association. I'm chairing, so I don't yield. I welcome motions if there's any discussion. Senator Chang.
I have a comment actually. Well, just by praising my policy doesn't make me go soft on her. Yes, I endorsed it, but I do have a quick question on the enforcement. So as everybody might know, every bill actually the enforcement. I'm kind of just curious about who's gonna be like, foresee or like overseeing this of like, what if, they just do it, whatever, and yeah, who's gonna, basically oversee this?
Okay.
Well, we do have under the IVP, the Director of Accountability. I would assume this falls under their role. And there's the Controls and Compliance Officer, but I see the point of the enforcement being just a huge issue in AS. Ideally, there are preventive measures in which if it is, there is an addendum where I wrote that if they do not meet the requirements, it won't be, sorry, I yield.
I don't know why I can, Senator Hart.
Yeah, I might be able to add a little bit of insight. From what I gather, the finance team headed by Michael is trained on the legal code that pertains to financial expenditures, finance anything. So I think that this is something that at one point would get audited / flagged, brought to the attention of the finance team and would not essentially be approved, because everything that gets approved goes through them. They see every single thing, as long as it's an entity purchasing something. So as far as accountability goes, I just wanted to offer that. I yield.
Senator Manitoba and Senator Weidela, or Senator Raleigh, sorry. Saw the wrong hand. I apologize.
I'm sure we can also make an amendment later that basically ensures that they put how much they're spending on food at each meeting if they are on their minutes. So it'll probably be easier for us to access. That's one way I'm thinking that we could prevent them and hold them accountable also.
Senator Hayes.
Very similar to what Senator Jung's concern was, with kind of not just enforcement, but interpretation kind of this when it comes to finance committee floor. It's really hard to kind of distinguish, because I foresee RCOs or groups coming saying like, hey, this is like a meeting, or like, let's say it is a general meeting, but there's a lot of like social RCOs that have their general meeting be like social events where they want to provide food, and they can always kind of just say like, hey, this is like not our general meeting, but like, it's hard to kind of interpret, because they phrase it in a way that it is a social, but in reality it's just their general meeting that they say is open and available to like the public. And even so, that like meeting could be like 1 hour, but if they phrase it as like, oh, this is actually like a big event kind of thing, like it could be like really loosely interpreted. And I feel like a lot of things do end up sliding with finance committee. I know this, I feel like I said so.
I'm gonna provide just a quick piece of context in Senator Weidela. The bill also defines what events are acceptable for food purchases. So that would include quarterly, I think it's quarterly galas or end of quarter events, as well as a yearly banquet towards the end. And we can add in a stipulation about RCOs if preferred. But that's just a contact center we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a similar anecdote, but that kind of helps reiterate my question, just for the fact that, again, like even if there is, like, I was reviewing some of the clauses you guys mentioned about in sections like E and F, that like the permissibility by particular things you guys required about, but I know, for example, from experiences, I know many alternative RCOs and clubs and organizations that might even fall into some of these categories, but we cannot really, I don't understand, my concern really is if who is reviewing these particular agreements, like the selectivity about this, if like deciding if this is permissible or not, depending on that, because it's again to interpretation. That's like my biggest concern, because I know some RCOs that, again, could be up to 3 hours long. There could be RCOs that are like particularly like that. So, but if you're, again, that could be honestly in my opinion, that could be fixed through additional clauses, I think that's fine. I'm just saying that was for the only thing I saw when I was reviewing it, that we can maybe add amendments and change that, and maybe just add a little bit reassurance. I think that would be good. So, yeah.
Senator Then and Senator Reese and then Senator Weiss.
And I also want to say that Miss Reynolds has, Reynosa has her hand up. But additionally, sorry, I got confused. This is only about internal AS entities, it's about ECUs. If you guys read it, it says this implies to all internal food expenditures of ASUCSB Senate, Standing Committees, Executive Office, Judicial branches, all boards, commissions, unit, and all other ASUCSB bodies. As we said, these are all internal things. Additionally, I did write at the top for that must meet all these following requirements: purchases found to be violation, which again, as Senator Harder says, and maybe people in the Finance Committee can correct me, that writing this embedding it into legal code and saying that these requirements, purchases found to be in violation of these requirements are not eligible for requisitions, meaning that if people choose to buy food and they think that it will be requisitioned, it will not, and it will be embedded in legal code, and they will have to pay for that out of their own pockets if they do not meet all those requirements, which again is for AS entities.
There already. Yeah, that's at the bottom.
Yeah, it's both written twice, I guess.
Yeah. Marissa, feel free.
Thank you, Senator Than, for seeing my hand. Just a couple things. One is we have, and this is not for everybody, but a couple of folks within AS staff have received travel and entertainment cards, which makes purchasing of food a little bit easier. So if there's an opportunity for food to be pre-approved by the Finance Committee, and then potentially purchased through the department, that might make things easier and would be vetted by staff. So that's one thing. The other is I don't want you all to recreate the wheel. I do think that there's a lot of opportunity here to look at how funds are spent, fees are spent for students. I've pulled together a lot of the fee restrictions from from many of the other UCASs, and I've shared it with a few of you. I think best practices would be a great thing to look at here, and to don't recreate the wheel, but look at what the standard is across the UC system when it comes to these. And I think you'll find there's a lot of ways you can go to make sure that the funds are being spent ethically and fiscally responsibly. Thanks.
Thank you, Marissa. Appreciate it. I yield chairship to IVP Lala. Yeah, we're well into discussion.
Reese.
Hi, I just wanted a clarification from the authors about AC. An entity's quarterly budget to spend on sustenance to be determined based on the average attendance of all general meetings held in the previous quarter multiplied by the total number of general meetings held in that quarter. Who's doing this math and how does that translate to money? Maybe I'm just misreading it, so it could totally be me, but like I'm kind of confused as to how this gets you like to a dollar amount or like a percentage. But yeah, I'd like clarification.
So this is actually already in legal code. The only reason why it's in red is because we moved it from being its own section to be under A. It used to, like under capital A instead of being like a lowercase thing. We actually don't know really how they're calculating it either. This is already in legal code and we just didn't want to remove it in case that was something significant that we shouldn't be touching, but yes, we also, we just, yeah, but if we have any advice on the Senate floor, this is an excellent thing that Senator Reese brought up. More than happy to hear it.
Thanks for the clarification. I'm still confused.
Based on a read of it, it's probably a recommendation on
Okay.
thanks, Chair. Based on reading, it's probably a recommendation on the end, like the budget hearing, like budget recommendation every single year when they're deciding their food category. I think that's the calculation potentially is supposed to be internal by the BCU when they're recommending their budget for single year. I could be wrong, but based on my reading, it's probably for that purpose.
There's no mechanism for. I suppose the policy goes through the finance committee is ultimately approved by the Senate, but the decision is made at the entity level for the most part. Like, is there any accountability mechanism from above the entity itself for how much you allocate to food?
Yeah, when
That'd
we
be like
decide for the
100K.
budget.
Yeah, so it's just like every other.
Motion to refer a bill to update standing policy 22 to the liaison committee.
There's been a motion to refer this legislation to the liaison committee. Is there a second use about that? A second on special legal. Some questions been called, just call a question. You just like it said. Okay, we're in a bill to establish policy 39 by Manico and Van.
Where did my notes go?
Oh, I can go, oh, never
Oh,
mind.
you can go first. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't have much to say, just big props to Senator Manikova for researching various different policies that would be in relation to this bill. This is also based off of feedback that I've had experience with in the liaison committee regarding and then also some pilot programs we were thinking about in summer about just general feedback forms every quarter. And we can have, and our intention, or at least my intention as one of the authors, is to have this on the Senate floor, like obviously, but to fully discuss this and to iron out any concerns that could be had about this. And we are more than happy to work on that, but it's very comprehensive. And again, props to the first author, who I will yield to.
Yeah, thank you guys. So this has been on my mind for a while, and I've decided to create this, I guess it's like a survey / feedback system, just to not only, the purpose is not to punish staff, but really for students to voice their concern as well as compliment. I feel like there are also so many staff that go under the radar because nobody really knows 100% what staff are doing. So this is also an opportunity to bring light to the awesome work that staff are doing, as well as, you know, the miscommunication between staff and student. I think sometimes student expects staff to be doing a certain thing. And when they don't see those needs being met, they have complaints or concerns with the staff. And this is kind of an anonymous way for those students to address those concerns or comments. And if we have like a compilation of that, we could talk to, you know, Executive Director Sean Lieberman and see whether there's the disconnect or if staff is having issues because the overwhelming work that they have. And I don't have any ill intention. It's only good intention. I really want to, you know, make sure that staff and students are both understanding each other. And I believe this is one of the ways that we can bridge that gap. I'm also gonna be making a lot of amendments to this, so if anyone has any comments or concerns, this goes to student and staff that they want to talk to me about. I'm super happy to talk about this more. Thank you.
Floor is open. Wait,
Yeah, thank you guys for thinking about this. This is something that I know we've talked about already, like committee wise and stuff briefly about, because it's something that we've done like informally, creating particularly quarterly surveys, and I think it's good in general to have good standardization. I guess I have like two questions, and I guess like one, because I've received a particular comment just being in liaison committee about in particular, and I would really like to hear of how we can work on this together as like the senator perspective. I mean, one, I just want to hear more details, just looking at your additional amendments that you guys made to create like a more standardized particular, you know, quarterly feedback in itself. Maybe could you elaborate in more detail about how this will be, like, where is the standardization coming from? Like, what particular resource are you guys gonna be using? Is it Qualtrics, or is it like, you know, some formalized thing that's like supported by institutional like resources? Is it gonna be like from the resources you're like gonna be using to make this standardized? I'd just like to hear about that more. And two, am I right in that? Because I don't know, I think that this is something that might be in a more private conversation, I'll say. But yeah, I just wanna know more detail about that in extensive detail, and then maybe other stuff I could bring up in an additional time as well. So yeah, thank you.
I agree. Yeah, so I guess what I had in mind was, I want to make it so that liaison committee is the one basically maintaining the Qualtrics form. What happened? Oh, sorry. As well as I think like, obviously we're gonna work this out a little bit more. Maybe the president and executive director should all have access to this. But yeah, that's what I had in mind so far.
Yeah, sorry. At the end, it also says that honoraria from the liaison committee will be withheld if they are not successful or don't have good faith effort. Cause we were writing this with a beautiful fiery passion, beautiful dark passion to engage in this, but again, this will go under the committee review to like iron out these fine details. And really, this is also it really is a feedback survey. We are attempting to for the sake of anonymity, utilizing Qualtrics for it. And we don't foresee, and that's why it's again on the floor, any legal or like any like legal or labor law concerns in it, given that we did research on HR policy, and it is also the duty of students to be intaking and getting feedback from other students. And I know from personal, just private conversations with students who do have issues with a lot of their staff, when I ask them like, can you know, like, would you like to speak out about it? The obvious answer is no, because that is like a terrifying thing. There's so many different power dynamics, us being like younger and like other stuff about school and other things. So I think this would be an excellent way. We also still need to consider maybe if Qualtrics maybe still might be uncomfortable for students. But those were the things we were thinking about. Thank you.
Gotta ask, Senators, is there anything going in the other direction? Is there any mechanism for asking staff how their experiences folded into this?
We can add it.
I mean, we can add it, but I mean, I don't know if that's really our job to make sure the staff are happy with us. I feel like the staff can definitely do something too also. I don't know. I just feel like it's our job to hear from the students, and there could, like, I feel like the conversation, like staff, I don't know. I just feel like it's easier for staff to communicate their feelings than students, in my opinion.
Reese?
I just wanted to hear like your guys' thought process for making it like a quarterly mandatory form versus like just an open form that you can refer to at any time.
Yeah, so I do have this as a form that's open at all times. Like, it's just, we do want people to kind of give feedback every quarter. Cause you know, obviously things change. But we do wanna make it a mandatory thing, but we're just hoping at least a couple people from each committee could fill out the form so we get a general sense.
I mean, we again just have it on the floor as a detailed draft, but it is a draft because we are considering, like, we did discuss even like yesterday about what the openness of the timeline should be, because it is going to be an open form. I think there's a clause in there that says that, and that the quarterly aspect of it is like the reports and the good faith effort on the liaison committee's part to be like pushing forward the survey every quarter. But that survey is ideally going to be open-ended, and we still want to iron out the timeline. But we wanted to have this established and existing at least now, so that we could get everyone's feedback like this.
Sussman.
Want to make a motion? Motion to refer a bill to establish policy 39 to the executive committee with the preference that staff are in communication with the legislation.
There's been a motion to refer this legislation to the executive committee with preference. And staff is in communication with this legislation. Now the legislation committee gets back, but. Is there a second? Oh, no, second. There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Echo.
I think it would be better if it could go to the liaison committee at least first. Just cause I feel like I still wanna work on this a lot more. And maybe it could go to the executive committee in the future.
Milo.
Okay, I'm indifferent about whichever committee is. I actually think maybe it might be better because we have a very short academical term. I think that if you guys, I think it might be hard to switch it between two committees. If you guys, whichever you guys think is best to have the people, like you mentioned about Senate, prefer like staff into the conversation, maybe yeah, liaison committee might be better because I think they'll be more comfortable and it's more accessible for them to come to our study committees. But if you guys think it needs a bigger conversation, maybe then executive members can come to our committee meeting if that's the case. I just think it's more on accessibility and I think that staff are more knowledgeable about like on the standardized time when our meetings are, just to get it done with, and I think have those amendments. My comment.
Oh, no.
You just come to XCOM, is that fine, or like?
Well, I feel like what I'm not Leanne, sorry. What Iman said was like really good, just cause, I mean, we do really wanna meet with staff about this too, and it's my intention to meet with staff about this. And if staff is going to liaison committee, I think that would be more helpful than going to Excel. Can I just make a motion to amend?
Yeah, fine. Pursue in a second. Let's do it.
Okay. Do it.
Would you receive? He already did it. Make the new motion. Who was first on?
Me.
You were sending?
I rescind.
Sus.
Motion to refer a bill to establish policy 39 to the liaison committee with the preference that staff is in communication with the legislation.
There's been a motion to refer this legislation to the liaison committee with preference that the staff is in communication with the legislation. Is there a second? Ankoa.
Second.
Is there a second one on discussion? Motion has been called. Shall the question consent? Question on consent. Motion passes. I want to point out that the precedent you set since XCOM has been able to treat legislation since early winter quarter has been the broad picture stuff that encompasses more than one committee is usually sent to exec. You can do whatever you want. Not gonna lose sleep over it, but you've voted. Sussman.
Before I make these motions, it's about ballot stuff. As Sean mentioned, UCOP has made provisions requested to a resolution which Senators Ono and myself wrote, basically saying that if a VCU were to be canceled because of inactive status, it'd be communicated to the chancellor. Feel free to correct if that's wrong, Sean. But
Going through that system, yes.
yes, so may I make a motion, Chair? Motion to adopt the UCOP recommendation language for the previously passed resolution to bring constitutional amendment on the ASU CSB provisions for empty boards, commissions, and units to appear on the spring 2026 ballot.
Okay. There's been a motion to adopt the UCOP recommended language for the previously passed resolution to bring a constitutional amendment on ASU CSB fee provisions to appear on the spring 2026 ballot. Is there a second, Joe? Are you okay? Okay, we're now in discussion. You summarize what the additions are. And there's really, I'm not trying to like be facetious, but there's not much of a choice, is there? Like, I'm trying to get to like the institutional.
Not
meat of
really,
it.
no.
Yeah, okay, well. Cool. Yeah, we're discussing. Oh no, call question. The question has been called. Is your objection on the question? Any objection on consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
For the ballot to be approved going forward, so that way students can actually vote on it, we have to approve it tonight, so that's what this next motion is going to do. If you have any concerns, feel free to let me know, but I'm gonna make a motion if I have permission from the chair. motion to adopt the spring ballot for associated students with the aforementioned amendments. And you can see the ballot touch there. Sorry, the official motion is motion to approve the spring ballot for associated students with the aforementioned amendments.
There's been a motion to approve the spring ballot for associated students with the aforementioned amendments. There's a second, Jones.
Second.
There's been a second, no discussion, Tan.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Did you call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Saying none. Motion passes. Okay. Let's go to action items. We're gonna build to open reserves with replenish accounts, support student impact project A's by John Sussman and Ono, feel free.
Ready to recognize?
In front of the executive. Yeah.
Okay, fun stuff. It's pretty short, but arguably very impactful, so I hope people do scheme a little bit. Basically, the purpose, if people recall that there has been a sort of a financial struggle that we had earlier about our center allocated due to its allocation to a lot of other entities within the association. And typically, we're not allowed to access reserves unless it's during budget cycle or you know, just the typical stuff. So this bill is addition to that, which allow us under, you know, special situations where like project, well, mostly we wrote this in the concept of like a project lead expense that basically allows us to have access to those reserve money that we have always been, you know, trying to spend student fee without like, you know, reserving it rather. So that's pretty much the purpose of it. So if people have questions.
Second. As in the other office, would you like to speak?
Yeah, we just don't wanna have people keep coming to us for unallocated funds because as Michael outlined previously, that is not what the account is meant to be used for. So this is our best path forward on.
I think this bill is, we're talking about it like kind of abstractly. It's pretty monumental when you think about it. This will allow us to tap into reserves. Don't mock.
Yeah, that's
But
cool.
you know, this will allow for us to actually tap into that 13 million figure, which we so frequently discuss.
But it also means we don't have to use unallocated for random requests for travel. Pretty awesome. Like that.
Also, just a clarification, like what Senator Ono said is absolutely correct. But just a reminder for the part on the non-lock-ins or like other entities who seeking to, you know, extra budgeting for their like, you know, that years of spending. Of course, we encourage BCU to overspend if they're like out achieving themselves, outperforming themselves. We still need to scrutinize, like they still need 3/4 approval from Senate in order to use that money. I just want to make sure that message was sent out correctly. I don't want people to mistaken this as BCU can just overspend without consent. That is not the purpose of this bill, and I hope it's not interpreted that way in any form possible.
Fully clear communication.
No,
Thanks, Chair. I'm just appreciating you as well. Be on the floor, we're on the floor. Yeah. Listen.
Motion to adopt a bill to open reserves to replenish accounts and support student impact projects.
You should adopt that. There's been a motion to adopt a bill to open reserves to replenish accounts and support student impact projects. There, a second. Oh, no.
Second.
There's been a second. We're down to discussion. Mahis. You call the question?
Consent.
Question has been called. Just call the question. Like consent. I'd like to recognize Senators with the lights on and Lucan, by the way. As we move into a leave vote, you guys are able to vote on the second item under action.
The ballot locked for anyone else?
Sorry. Somebody got that?
For try your Nancy. No, wait.
I think everyone has access.
Oh, yeah, it's.
It's all viewers.
This is just me as the.
Was it fixed?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you guys 20 seconds, question. Bye, Stanley. We're on your ballot.
Lovely.
Is it cool if I just put you as an abstention for this so you can set up?
I can't.
Having trouble voting. Can someone just
It
replace
works
me
now.
as yes?
Yeah, I got
It was.
No, don't do that. It would make sense for the impartial party to report votes, don't vote for other senators.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this isn't.
Sorry, you said yes?
Yes. Or should I say, both?
Yeah, that was good execution. Okay, what do we got? Has everyone voted? There's 13 people present.
Senator Hepburn is absent, sure, RCPPP,
He's, TPP.
absent from the vote, yeah.
So's Wayne, no?
So abstain.
Mike, can you count how many people are here? How many people are here total, including Zoom?
He's gone. Someone got him, though, excuse me.
Can you count?
This weekend.
Why was my option? Speaking of big counting
14 is right there. It was 15. I need to get over to Costco.
down. So we're showing.
I'm looking at center right now.
Okay,
Do you want to send the Addy? Okay.
13. Is it 1302? It doesn't show abstentions. Okay, we're at 1302. Motion passes. This is pretty big. Cool. No idea. Okay, we're in a bill to establish email vote procedures referred out of the executive committee without amendments. Luke and all harder and Luke can alter this, so you get Byron if you want to speak.
Sorry, which legislation was this? Oh, yeah, not much to add from the last time we talked about it. We didn't change anything in executive committee. I think it's just a great way for us to standardize something that we use often.
Okay, floor's up.
Motion to adopt bill to open, or sorry, motion to adopt a bill to establish email vote procedures.
There's been a motion to adopt a bill to establish email vote procedures. Is there a second? Joan?
Second, make a comment.
Yeah, you have the second to go.
Okay, second,
Go on.
may I make a
Mhm.
comment? Just a quick favor to ask, for the author of the bill, like, is it possible after this get passed, like you can send a association by email? Because BCUs also use email vote and it will be ideal if everyone can just use the same format.
I'll talk to the Attorney General. She'll want to do that probably.
This does establish the vote procedure for all entities, right? Not just the Senate?
I believe so.
Or will-
For section 2, part A, we're in the email vote bill, right? I think it says email votes may be used by all legislative branch entities as well as any associated student boards and representatives. So would that include like the president's office, attorney general's office, student advocate? No? Okay.
Wait, could you read it one more time, please? What was the section besides legislative?
Section 2, part A, it's just as legislative branch entities and then BCUs. So I'm not sure if we wanted to include like other associated student groups or if this bill was intended for just those.
Bless you. I mean, of course, it's up to you. What I could say from an executive office is that executive offices tend to function slightly differently on things like emails. There tends to be a little bit more like good faith going into it by virtue of being an elected executive office. Of course, you could fold it into it, but yeah, generally it's functioned somewhat different. Okay.
Are there even votes in executive offices?
Yeah, there can be, like for example, tabling for like the AS Open or whatever it was, the fair at the beginning of the year. We needed to motion some small part of our budget to table. Something like that.
Oh, the exec doesn't just decide how the budget's spent?
Should not, no, it should not be the case. I'm afraid that happens in certain areas, but absolutely not. It should be a vote of the office. Please.
Exec's not necessarily forced to submit meeting minutes.
I think that's,
Oh, then it's kind of a gray field then.
are we like figuring this out now or?
Just ask the question.
No, like this is a legitimate question. Any staffers have, like, Sean, do you know what exactly the
You don't
requirements
have,
are?
you don't have to submit minutes for those things. Might be more of a procedural kind of, what kind of records do you want to have of something question that. To legality. It's an interesting question.
I mean, you have to have, like motion language for, can we have one discussion on the floor, please? You have to have like motion language if you're doing a requisition as an exec office, like it's not gonna go through if you don't have the motion language. This is a weird part of a meeting to ask, actually, exec offices tend to, and do this relatively frequently. Take out of the leadership fund, like a single exec office will motion to have X amount out of the leadership fund. That I only caught on like midway through the year of like, wait a minute. Is this right? Like, is there unilateral authority over the leadership fund from a single exec office? I don't know. If somebody wants to legislate that, that seems like a pretty good place to start. What? You have something to say and you're not saying it. What's up, Luke? What question? The question. Wait, were you first on that or no? No. Okay, the question has been called. Did you object to call the question?
Consent.
Consent to that.
Okay, my computer.
How do you say it? What language?
Can I delegate to you my computer?
And what
Yeah, just guide the rest of the.
Yeah, motion to, leave vote. Again, this is the motion to adopt the bill for email vote procedures. Verification. Simone, can you count the senators in the room, please?
Can someone mark Lucan as present as well on the?
Staff, please.
What am I just saying?
Just one. Did you vote?
Shoot.
Who's wearing here? No, she just. Yes, it's motion too.
Could we please have more side conversations, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Simone, 15? Yes. 15. Oh, that's great.
You wanna yield back?
No. Okay, the motion's 14. Motion passes.
Draft.
Yeah, you should be, okay,
Yield chairship. That'd be cool.
just so no one freaks out, there's gonna be a smaller total on that one because Sussman was chairing. And it would just make sense that he was not a senator for that. While he was chairing that vote, so it's accounted for. Okay, we're in a bill to update Article 10, Section 11, BCU autonomy out of exec with amendments. Authors feel free, let's discuss. 13 minutes left. Huh?
No, actually, Chair, I request that we return to this. I feel like it may be the case that it's insufficient. Maybe we address something else and then come back to this. The IAC investment policy, all the stuff pertaining to that can probably be addressed fairly quickly.
Is that cool, people? Okay, unanimous consent to move into IAC investment policy statement.
Consent.
Okay, Lucan,
Yeah, there are no changes in executive committee. Super cool thing we get to do for the association. And yeah, I hope you guys vote yes.
okay, we're in discussion. Wait, look,
Motion to adopt the IAC investment policy statement of January 22nd, 2026 via Senate referred out of executive committee without amendments.
there's been a motion to adopt the IAC investment policy statement. Is there a second, Ono? Second. There's been a second, we're in discussion, Lucan.
Call question.
The question has been called, should I call the question?
Consent.
The object like consent. I guess it's not legislation, but like low-key,
I felt it.
yeah, leave vote motion 3, please. Fiscal, yeah.
Look, it has to be 2/3.
Yeah, it has to be
Was
fiscal.
that right?
It's fiscal, yeah.
Like low-key.
Did it.
These all girls.
Okay, motion 3.
That's it. I know. Yes. I give you guys a class.
Are we at full vote? Yeah. It's 13:02. Or not?
I think there's an error with the
total.
the extension.
Who said no?
Also, Molly's didn't vote you.
Let's talk about this.
Spike, do you know why it's not showing abstentions, bro? That's tap. Can you try to figure it out?
Easy to fix. I can do it.
Did you? Yeah, can you share access with?
Quorum, please.
Yeah, guys. Okay, Moise, have you voted? Sorry?
Something in there. Do you guys see it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, abstention?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're at 13:02, yeah, we're showing, okay, 13:02, motion passes. Can you guys record that? Appreciate it. Okay, we're now in a bill to update the IAC's legal code, referred out of the executive committee amendment list. It's still Lucan and Harder?
Yeah, this is just to align what we just passed with the IPS with IAC's legal code. No changes in exec. That's all.
Taking questions if anyone has questions and discussion. You.
Or open, oh no,
Motion to adopt, right. Yeah, they're, yeah. Bill to update the investment advisory committee's legal code.
okay, there's been a motion to adopt the IAC. I'm trying. What am I doing? There's been a motion to adopt a bill to update the investment advisory committee's legal code. Is there a second?
Second.
A second, we're now in discussion. Everyone's like clear on what this updates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Call the object to the question, objection like consent. Let's go to the big motion 4. Oh, we have abstentions now, dude. New feature dropped. Thank you, Alec.
You're welcome.
It says I'm absent on 4.
Oh,
Just change the screen.
Can I change it?
yeah.
I feel empowered in it.
Alright, what? We're missing a vote? What are we missing? Yo, this is like the bad kid section, this is crazy.
We're missing Sam.
It's because like, I can't see it. Just ignore that.
Senator Lucan.
Senator Lucan.
Put yes for that.
Oh, what?
It's yes, sorry.
You would like me to put yes on the?
Yes, please, yes, please. I have
You sneaky little bug.
1401.
Oh, yeah, wait, it's right in there. 1401, yeah, okay. 1401, motion passes. Congrats.
Yay.
Okay, we're now in a bill to create the Harder Merokian Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship out of exec committee with amendments.
Oh, also called.
Yeah, so
But somebody update the doc then. It's the great old.
so the name was changed apparently. I wasn't in exec committee when that happened. Thanks for the update, guys, Preach. I think it's probably a solid change. I understand the concern, so I'm not gonna say anything about it. Obviously, the purpose of the bill is to create a new fellowship that associated students will put on, will host. The details of the fellowship are outlined in pretty great depth throughout the course of the document. So I trust that everyone read it and that if anyone has any questions, they came prepared. If not, I also trust that the intent of the bill has already been explained in previous sessions, so I don't want to waste anyone's time. We do have 5 minutes left. I'll keep it short. I'm pretty happy with this. It was quite a bit of work that I had to put in and the person Layla Maroknian put in. She's an AS Pearman Fellow currently, and as many of you know, I'm sure the Pearman Fellows are required to produce something of significance with their term. Layla and I settled on this and we're both pretty proud once again. A lot of communication went into this, a lot of negotiation, you know, a lot of critical thinking so that we can ensure that the fellowship didn't compete, if you will, with the current Pearman Fellowship and that they were complementary as opposed to contradictory in any way. On that note, we did speak to Casey, who is a member of Chair Lawler's office, who is currently heading the the Pearman Fellowship. So once again, that base was covered. I believe that's all I have to say at the moment. So I would appreciate a vote, a yes vote. Or if you're gonna vote no, talk about it in discussion so we can figure it out, please. I yield.
No, wait, have all the others spoken? Yeah.
Oh, I have just something very minor. The format is a little off. Is it possible for us to like have someone get it fixed, like after it passes, fine, I don't really wanna block this because of the format, but is it possible like after it, but?
Yeah, we've set the precedent of, you know, motion to. God, when I blank on verbs, to fit the standard format.
Okay.
The standard bill format of the 76, and then you can go in afterwards and change it. And change the name of the doc, so I don't look stupid saying the wrong name.
Do we do it now or?
You could just make that motion now, like open and make the motion, boom. And then it can, like, if the bill is available.
I'd also request in that motion to fix all spelling, grammatical and syntax errors. There's a couple of them.
A couple.
Yeah.
Not a triple.
I think, did you have anything?
Can we also add to that the change everywhere where it says Harder Merokian to the associated students as motioned in the executive committee?
So. Yeah. I honestly do not mind if this gets tabled to another committee and we do that there, if that would be easier for everyone. I literally don't care. It sounds like it's gonna pass at some point, so. I I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's doable. Lucan,
I move to open the legislation.
there's been a motion to open the legislation. Is there a second? And
Second.
a second, we're now in discussion. We love.
Call the question.
Questions, comments, call the question?
Consent.
Any object like that? Motion passes. Oh, no.
Okay, so all instances besides the top where it's obviously their names were already motioned to be changed accordingly to fit the new name in XCOM. So if you see any instances of that, they can already be edited legally because it's just a clerical error at that point.
Motion to amend the bill to adopt it to the format of the 76 ASU CSB Senate. And fixing all grammatical, syntax and spelling errors.
There's been a motion to amend this legislation to fit the format of the 76th Senate,
And fixing
fixing all grammatical, syntax and spelling errors. Like technically a motion is supposed to do one thing, but like if we imply that the format has like correct syntax, whatever, yeah. Is there a second? Oh, no, second. There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Lee, questions, McComish, call the question?
Second.
Any just like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Okay. What we're. Is this it for changes? Was there the thing about changing the name or is it?
It's already done.
It's the title.
Motion to close the bill.
There's been a motion to close this legislation. Is there a second? Oh, no, second. There's a discussion. Logan.
Objection.
Yeah, see reduction.
Yeah, so basically, in one of the clauses, it refers to a different piece of legislation. The Harder-Marokian Fellowship Integration Act, which is no longer necessary. So it's basically referring to something that doesn't exist. We need to get rid of that.
You say. Sure. We're now in. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Just rescind, and we'll finish after recess.
Yeah, who's the second one?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, do you want to say? Rescind.
Send.
Okay, can we just go into recess now and then
Yeah.
we'll figure this out? Okay, let's move into a 15-minute recess, yay.
Dude, why won't my file?
No.
All right, let's call this meeting back to order at the big 9:22 PM.
Marissa, can you hear us?
You're good to go.
Wonderful, thank you.
We are in something.
We're in
Yeah.
the middle of a motion or amending. And then it needs to be a
So
motion.
we've opened. Bill to create the Associated Students Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship. There's no motion currently on the table. One would be welcome. Here we start here. Where are we? What's happening? Oh, it was open. Harder, do you have your thing ready?
Yeah, Chair, am I recognized?
Yeah, of course.
So last thing I remember saying was that we need to strike the integration language. I don't know if that was accepted by the body. I don't think it was accepted. Yes, I have not made the motion. So if I can be re-recognized, I'd be willing to make that motion. I motion to strike all instances and references to the Integration Act. I yield.
There's been a motion. To strike all instances and references to the Integration Act. Is there a second, Sussman?
Motion to amend the previous motion,
What do you do?
subsidiary motion.
Motion's not on the floor, there's been no second.
We just, yeah, I yield. It's my motion.
Okay, there's been a motion to strike all instances and references to the Integration Act. Is there a second? Dan, there's been a second. We're now in discussion. Sussman,
Motion to amend the previous motion to strike all instances and clauses. All instances, clauses and references to the Integration Act.
motion to amend the previous motion to read. Motion to strike all instances, clauses and references to the Integration Act. Is there a? Should really give the full name of the thing, not just be Integration Act. Is there a second? Looking. In a second, we're now in discussion. Oh no, all those are questions, call the question. You guys like that? You know, motion passes. Now you have to vote on the thing. Go. The question has been called, objection on the question.
Consent.
The objection on consent. Motion passes. I think that's all. Jones,
Motion to close the.
it's been a motion to close the legislation. Is there a second? Oh, okay. Second round of discussion, Sussman.
Call the question.
Question, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection on consent? Motion passes. Jones,
Motion to adopt a bill to create the Associated Students Future Leaders in Governance.
there's been a motion to adopt this legislation. Is there a second? Oh no, second. Then we're now in discussion. Let's do.
Call the question.
Question, call for the question?
Consent.
Objection on consent. Okay, then.
Right.
Vote five, Take 20 seconds, please.
I think I'm gonna vote no. What are you saying? Here. What's the last one? 5.
Yes. Yeah,
Can I make a comment and meanwhile, are people voting?
no,
Do the op-
that's what discussion is for. In vote, we're not supposed to discuss. Of Robert's rules, unfortunately. Okay, we're at 15:00. That's it, right? Or Reese is not here. Is that all? Is it confirmed? Okay. Um,
15, okay.
Okay, it seemed no, motion passes. John.
And, oh. Might not be okay, just a quick favor, the same thing with the previous bill, because this one is probably gonna be related to COC, so it'll be great if you guys can forward this bill to COC. To let them know there's more positions for them to basically market for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a thing in general, that if the thing you've passed adds any kind of burden to any other entity, it's incumbent upon you as the author, set of authors who authored it, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
To forward it to them and make sure this has been communicated to them.
Yeah, just a friendly.
Yeah. Okay, we're now in the Bloomberg Terminals cost breakdown and a motion has been prepared for this. Honestly, up to you guys how you wanna pursue like the presentation of this. I was very much hoping that the Chief Compliance Officer Gonzalez would send something in writing or be present, and I think if those were possible. So if you want, I could yield chairship and explain this, but I could also very much not, because this has been on the agenda, on one Senate's agenda or another for over a year, so you should be somewhat familiar with it. But I'm down to go along with whatever works best for you guys. Just that, do it. Okay, I yield chairship to Vice President Pro Tem Board Sussman. Or, I think.
Senator Harder. It's really not very important, but I'm just interested in figuring out whoever put together this passage right here. The one that begins with, let us briefly break down each of these. And this is just a very, very interesting passage. So, again, not very important, but maybe we can get that info at some point.
Is this floor mine?
Senator Jones?
Do you have the IAC meeting minutes?
Okay, could I first ask, do you have a guess?
Sure.
I'm not sure.
I think you all.
Thank you. Would you wanna, a guess?
Either Baden or you.
That happened to be me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Investment Advisory Committee is voting on this today. And it's following very much the same structure as what happened last week with the study pods project, where they have to approve it by a certain margin. I think, is it 2/3, 3/4? This has been readily communicated with them with financial operations. Like, as far as I know, not a single step of the process has been missed here. We're in communications with the library about getting obviously the location needed to bring the terminals to campus. So that's kind of its own thing, but everything's been taken care of. I think they'll be voting on like literally the next few minutes. They meet at the same time as us. I don't know if that will happen right before ours, but as far as I know, there's absolutely no problem with those being done sort of concurrently. And then we forward to financial operations, both the motion hopefully passed in the Senate and the one passed in the the Investment Advisory Committee. That's all they would need. Does that make sense? Should I briefly talk about the breakdown that you guys can ask questions, or?
Senator Zhang?
Yeah, would just, it would be really helpful if we can have those communication that you were talking about in writing in terms of like the library, because it will be settled in library, correct?
Right, so it's been a slightly convoluted process because initially we were in communication for several months with the economics department. And the idea was to host it there, namely North Hall. We speak to the econ department chair and he's like, really, North Hall? Like the rooms are actually quite cramped. Some of them are windowless, this kind of thing. And it was his suggestion that when you see Bloomberg terminals at other campuses at UCLA, even on the Northeast, like the elite campuses there, Bloomberg terminals are usually at a library setting, and the library is already invested in, the makerspace, you name it, all kinds of things. I initially found it implausible that the library would be open to this. They have been. of putting a few terminals in there. There is a concern about how many we're purchasing and how many they're able to equip. Seems like their willingness is lower than the 12, which, by the way, the arrangement is kind of insane. It's like, as far as I understand it from communications with Baden, is that technically we purchased 3 terminals and then 9 are gifted to us because they're like that expensive. So it's just a phenomenal deal. Like just by purchasing a few, not 1 terminal, but 3, you get way more of a benefit. But that's something we're gonna have to work out, is if the library does not budge on hosting all the terminals, which, by the way, there will not be an additional cost imposed on the library. This will be us, it's just a space thing. We'll probably have to figure out whether we have to split, like literally geographically, some at the library, some at North Hall. But we're very confident in our ability to work this out one way or another. This has been, a year of work in the making, and no chance in hell we drop the ball now. We're gonna figure out a place to host it, whether that includes several venues or just one.
Sarah Elise?
Is there like a way to put on the Slack or on this cost breakdown? Just so we can kind of like locate a price to what it physically looks like? If we can see that. And then also, have you guys considered talking to different locations on campus, such as SRB? Or potentially like residence hall, like common areas? Or I don't know, like any other department hall?
Yeah, I wanna do this one at a time. I didn't fully understand the first question. What do you mean by?
What do the
Okay.
terminals look like? If we can picture.
Trying
I've heard of such terminal.
to develop my my literary skills in describing. So we had a demo in the Natty conference room upstairs in AS Main. And it was on if you've been in there on the TV that the room includes, and they essentially set it up. And it's like sort of visually, it's kind of very 90s retro-ish. It doesn't look super futuristic, but the range of data on there is pretty insane. The terminal, the hardware is sort of its own thing, and then you obviously have to purchase the monitor it'll be displayed on. But it's, in terms of appearance, I'm sure you can all Google it. It's pretty simple. It's a set of monitors hooked up to this. It's pretty sophisticated. I don't know.
Yeah. Is this by any chance related to directly the same company that the one that Dartmouth is using? Cause there's like one of the first posts that if you search up what this is, what's the deal with Dartmouth's 12 Bloomberg terminals, which I find kind of interesting. And if so, would it be possible, or have you guys had any contact with this school to kind of inquire about their positioning of these terminals and their maintenance?
Yeah, so we've not only communicated with Bloomberg representatives, so they're based in San Francisco, bless you, they cover the entire state, but they came physically and they spoke to us, they gave the demo in front of not just us, but Giselle, who actually Senator Lucan connected us with. I want to really thank you on that. Giselle is part of the Dean's Investment Group, is involved with a bunch of financial access groups on campus, and had a really phenomenal conversation. We spoke to the econ chair, who he gave us the breakdown of like, hey, here's how it works at other campuses. He's like an LSE grad, so he knows his way around these things, that they're usually at libraries. We did not reach out to a single other campus because this is actually quite prevalent. Like, it's not just Dartmouth, obviously, it's, as far as I know, all the Ivies. It's Irvine, I think it's Riverside, like Riverside has it, and I'm from Riverside County, I get to say this, and we don't. I think Berkeley has it, so it could have been wise to reach out maybe to like UCLA would have been our closest peer, but we thought we had our bases covered by speaking to the representatives directly.
Senator Giusmani.
This could be hearsay. I think on Reddit a couple days ago, apparently every single UC except us has a Bloomberg terminal.
Okay, so it's a question of how you feel about that.
Senator John.
Yeah, sorry, just do my job here. So you listed the first one as terminal subscription. So my question is kind of like, so I assume, I heard it's about a 2-year cost here.
Yeah.
So is it gonna keep costing every single year after that? Is that the plan?
So it's, the yearly subscription is 86,290, something like this. Like it's 86,000. I could give you the exact figure, which obviously multiplied by 2, it actually comes out to like, I believe it was 169,000, but we rounded it up just for any kind of contingency, just so that didn't become a thing. But yeah, this would have to be renewed biannually, basically. And Beta and I have spoken to Sean about integrating this. We think that the active technology budget would be the best route for this to come out of. And obviously this would have to be integrated technologically. And this matters not just for our own sort of internal maintenance, but the library also asked me like, yo, is this a long-term thing? Like, are we gonna have to pay for this at some point? And I literally in bold font, I was like, you will not have to pay for the purchase, installment, maintenance, any of this. So that's really important. I would appreciate all of your help, obviously, if you go along with this today, of integrating it legislatively. But yeah, this would have to be part of the budget. I don't know if I fully answered your question.
May I also follow up?
Can I go to Senator Lieutenant, Senator Sean?
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, yeah, I just have I think, it's interesting that Michael and Sean didn't say anything about this, but isn't it more, just easier if we just put this budget into the budgeting of the AS like technology account, main account, rather than transfer it into the HIP proposal? And, you want to have it right now? That thing.
Yeah, so I think my understanding, and I would like to hear from Sean on this as well, is distinguishing between the initial cost of this, which obviously includes the first 2 years and all the rest of it. It was Brian emailing me like, yo, buddy, do you have the motion language for this? And I was like, okay, we should really get to this. And then the long term, so when we repair it every 2 years, having it in the technology budget. You see what I'm saying? You see the distinction there of like just transferring to HIP so we can just act on it immediately? And then technology budget being able to facilitate it long term. Chair Sussman, if Sean could speak.
Yeah, Sean, go for it.
Yeah, as long as we have the number for every 2 years, so that kind of
All right.
request that going forward, then that seems fine, yeah.
Yeah, so currently it's that 86,000 figure. In this economy, it's absolutely not gonna remain there, but I think that can be reflected in the budget to keep up with whatever the figure is there. And if I can circle, I think Senator Mahi's question was whether we looked at other competitors, this kind of thing.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, anyways, I'll deal with that, and then if I can remember what your question was, I'll try to get that too. We didn't just like.
Please limit size. Patients. Thanks.
This wasn't just like in passing, we'll just look at the website of some other competitor. We had at the beginning of the term, I remember I was still in Europe, and Baden was pursuing the Bloomberg path and establishing contact with the representatives in San Francisco. And then my then chief of staff, Grant, was contacting, I believe the company is called LSEG, something like that. And it's based in London. It's basically the closest competitor to Bloomberg. And we've compared prices. We've compared like ease of service, namely how difficult it was to contact these people and hear back from them. So Bloomberg came out as the clear superior. So it's not just like some name thing of we stuck to Bloomberg from day one. It's we checked competitors and it actually turned out to be the best deal for us, most tailored to campuses, all the rest of it. I think there's a question from like I didn't answer. I don't know if that was it.
Senator Sean?
That was me. So last question, I think, it's pretty straightforward, but actually two comments. So the first one is like, so confirmation that basically all we need to do at this point, that you guys have handled all logistic, all communication, we just need to approve money and you will get this done before we turn around. Alright.
Right, so I think about this every day. So yes, everything that's in our hands, we will do, and that obviously the main part of it is securing the funding, and the contract end is figured out by our professional staff. There is an element of integrating into the campus. It gets a little bit more complicated when you introduce anything onto this campus that has to abide with UC policies. That's one aspect of it. The second is the space question, which I unfortunately do not have a concrete answer for you yet, but that will be resolved by the end of the term. That does not mean that it will be in the space that is chosen by the end of this quarter, which actually is completely fine because Bloomberg has communicated with us that they do not start charging until the software is downloaded and has started operating. So we've tried our absolute best and have communicated to avoid what's happened with previous contracts with major companies where it's like, oh, we paid $30,000 and no one used it. Like, what's going on here? So yes, we're on track to take care of everything our end by the end of this quarter. That does not mean that students will be able to use it by the end of this quarter. We're hoping that it's installed over summer and that for sure it's utilizable by early fall. But I'd be more than happy to come back with updates on that even after we turn out.
Senator John.
Yeah, that would be great, because my concern is actually the opposite of it, because since it's going into the HIP proposal, HIP project account. My concern is that after we term it out and the next term of senators don't really know what this money is for, and they just basically have blank out. So I will make sure that would not happen, and just like, because you want to make sure this money is proof specifically
Yeah.
for this purpose, and it's not gonna be used for other stuff. And my second comment is more of a general comment on, HIP proposal and everything. The paragraph in the description is fine, but like next time, like we would appreciate a little bit more details of all the things you were talking about, like including like, communication, like in terms of like written form, like the settlement of the library and all that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so a few things there. I think your instinct is completely right, that you should not rely on this, just the institutional knowledge just magically transferring over. And we're trying to pretty much fully cover for that by integrating it legislatively. So it's part of legal code, it's part of the annual budget. We spoke to Sean briefly about this. I really think we're gonna have a follow-up about this. Because the technology budget is pretty limited currently, so it's gonna have to go up by quite a bit to be able to cover this. But I think, again, this level of service, like this grand a thing we're introducing to the campus absolutely warrants that increase in budget is one thing. And secondly, a lot of the contractual end, contacting Bloomberg, everything that's needed is being handled by professional staff. So I think that element of institutional memory will not suffer as much as a lot of student projects, which just kind of disappear. On the written end, you're right about the communication with the library and all the rest of it. Like, I hope you know I'm engaging in good faith, but definitely we'll try to get something in writing and come back to you guys on that front. But I want to make clear that the project itself has been like over explained, right? So 2 resolutions have been passed and all the rest, like people are familiar with this. So maybe not the details as we've gone along, although we've tried our best, but the project itself will be familiar by this point.
Senator John.
Just a very short comment. It's just, your chief of staff, Casey, actually have a better way of compiling a report, which is what she did with the Ivy Underground stuff.
1000%.
Yeah, that is way better. So I will recommend everyone go with that standard rather than this one.
That's completely true, yeah.
Anything else?
Well, it's still on my mind. What was the second question you had, which I didn't answer?
I think it was answered somewhat because I'm not confused. I think you answered it. I don't remember what it was.
Guys, this is good. I appreciate.
It's to compare it to like other schools, but you
Okay.
already kind of addressed that immediately first.
Yeah, yeah. It's basically, okay, so it's called Bloomberg on campus. Like it's a specific, they have the industrial, so for investment firms and all the rest of it. And there's a different program available for campuses. That's what we're tapping into. It's an infrastructure which is already working, and it seems to be a company which functions in good faith and has pretty solid relationships with their clients.
Senator John.
Motion to approve the transfer of $197,000 from AF reserve to the HIP account 403 for the purpose of funding the Michael Ma project to bring Bloomberg terminals to campus.
There's been a motion to approve the transfer of $197,000 from AS reserves to the HIP account 403 for the purpose of funding the Michael Ma project to bring Bloomberg terminals to campus. Is there a second? Senator Ono.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahilo.
The question.
Question's been called. We are now. Is there any objections to the call to question?
No.
Is there any objections to that consent? Seeing none, we move into we votes. This is motion 6.
Sure.
Yes.
Again, I don't know what the heck's going on with my iPad, but it's not registering, so oh wait, never mind, I yield. I yield.
Senator Chaudhry, how do you vote on this? Do I have unanimous consent to mark Senator Chaudhry's absent? Okay, the vote. Sorry, Senator Finn is also absent for this one. The vote passes 12-0-1. Congratulations.
Lucan.
Open today, but I've been trying to tell people.
What's your vote, Senator Lucan?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I lied. The vote passes 13-0-1. And congratulations to IDD Lala.
Senator Than have a vote if she's marked absent?
Sorry?
Would Senator Than have a vote if she's marked absent?
No. I yet again lied. The vote passes 14.
Switch to yes
Oh
then.
my goodness. 13-0-0. Congratulations for the third time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Third time's the charm. Sorry? Okay. We can briefly move into appointments and resignations. There's gonna be one more item, discharge from liaison committee, once we return. But for the interim, Senator Jones, can you make the motion that's suggested? Oh, that is completely correct. Sorry, I lied yet again. Just full of falsities tonight. Do I have unanimous consent to move back into action items entitled a bill to update Article 10, Section 2, BCU autonomy, referred out of the executive committee? Senator, you have the floor, authors.
Preach. So I think we've gone over this plenty of times. I think there were a few changes also in committee, so at some point, the changes that were made should probably be addressed. I was not there unfortunately, so the members of the committee that were there and maybe even made the motions could describe what happened. But again, this is basically just asserting our asserting our power as the fiscal authority in the association to direct spending of BCUs if we're under the impression that their spending is in any way inappropriate. Basically, the wording specifically says that if a BCU denies something that their mission state that should be funded according to their mission statement, we can change their decision and essentially override it and then encourage them, direct them to fund it. The idea is obviously that the BCUs have been delegated an amount of authority to they've been delegated an amount of authority to set fees in accordance with their mission statement. And this obviously is saying that a delegation of authority does not mean a complete lack of authority of the entity that delegated it to direct the spending, right? So the argument that I'm essentially making is that in the past, when the Senate decided to delegate authority to BCUs, which is what happened, it didn't necessarily, it should not have, it never actually removed the ability to direct the spending. This is something that I've spoken to quite a bit of administrators about, and from the administrative perspective, this fully checks out and is something that is essentially expected of the Senate because it is fiscal authority. And it's something that I believe one, that it probably won't. I'm hoping, actually, I shouldn't say I believe, I should say I hope that it's more preventative than it's something that we end up using. Basically, the idea is that if it works well, then we're never gonna have to use it because things will get funded properly as opposed to not getting funded than us having to use it. It'll essentially prevent improper use of funds. And I just want to remind everyone that the reason why I wrote the bill and the reason why I want to enforce this mentality is that there was an instance of a BCU denying something that fit perfectly well within their mission statement. The BCU has an extremely excessive budget, and the reasoning provided was essentially that the thing that was being funded, although it fit within their mission statement, didn't align with many of the views, the personal views of the people on the board of the committee, or the BCU, I should say, excuse me. And that's clearly, in my mind, that's an abuse of power, clearly, but it doesn't make any sense. It's biased, and it never got addressed. And the club that came to ask for money from that BCU ended up having to pull a bunch of strings and do all sorts of, had to go through a bunch of random processes to acquire enough funding. And the event was extremely successful. A bunch of students came, but it could have been supported by the BCU that was delegated an amount of authority to support it, but it wasn't because of the BCU's personal political views. Doesn't make any sense. There needs to be a level of accountability. And that's what the bill does essentially. I think we should probably vote on this with a secret ballot because regardless of whether this thing makes sense or not, there may be some backlash for people who vote yes. So I think we should use a secret ballot. I yield.
Senator Giussomani before.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I do have a lot to say. This bill, I'm sure you all know, has stirred a lot of controversy within AS. The president came a couple weeks ago and basically threatened to veto it. We had some public comment earlier today in opposition to it. I've even received threats of legal action if this still moves forward. And while a lot of the opposition is focused around the idea that BCUs currently have sovereignty and autonomy from the Senate, this is simply not the case. Let me explain what I mean by that. In the United States federal government, there's a system of executive departments. For example, the DOJ, NASA, the CIA. These are all independent agencies that are established by an act of Congress. Their top officers are nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. But because Congress wrote the law that gives those agencies their legitimacy, it's established precedent that they can also write laws telling those agencies what they need to do, what they have to do, what they're allowed to do. This is a very similar situation. If you look in the AS Constitution, there are no references to BCUs, minus I think one thing in Article 4 that said the Senate has the authority to establish BCUs. The idea that BCUs have this inherent separation, that they're a sort of fourth branch of government, is really not the right way of looking at it. The way I see it, they are an extension of the executive branch of government. The same way the DOJ is an extension of the executive branch of the federal government. Under that reasoning, I personally think even if this bill is not passed, that the Senate has the authority to issue directives to BCUs. However, I understand that that is not the prevailing opinion right now. There's a lot of ambiguity, and I think that this bill will resolve that ambiguity. I also want to say, because there's some concern about this does not mean the Senate will have the final word on every single action taken by a BCU. This will be entered into the bylaws. And like every single other part of the bylaws, judicial council has the final word on how to interpret the law. If a BCU does not like a directive issued by the Senate, if they think that what they're doing is not out of line with their mission statement or something like that, like any other entity on this campus, they have the right to appeal it to JC, and JC will decide if the action of the Senate occurred in accordance with the bylaws. I unfortunately think that given the serious escalations we've seen this year, this is the only proper way of addressing the problem of BCUs receiving millions of dollars of funding. And while I think most of them do incredible work, honestly, I mean, look at like what Flight Commission has done this year, for example. I think most of them do incredible work, but there's also a lot that don't follow AS policies or really don't do anything at all except distribute honoraria to their members. That's unacceptable, and we need to step in. I see this as a nuclear option. I see the issuing of directives as a last resort for the Senate, but we need to make it clear that we have that power so that BCUs know that if they don't follow their mission statements, or they don't actually serve the students, or they do anything that falls out of line with the policies of AS, that there is a process for recourse to be made. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Giasmanian. IVP Lala, would you like to chair? Would you like me to facilitate this?
Yeah, I can take, I'm assuming we're in the.
Okay, I'm gonna facilitate. That was not very convincing. Senator Harder, yep.
Yeah, I just want to clarify once again that this really just comes down to accountability. We are held accountable for decisions that we make. We have, administrators and, essentially administrators that come in and tell us what we can and what we cannot do, and we're held accountable for all of our decisions and all of the choices that we make. And I'm just seeking to facilitate some level of similar accountability for BCUs. I don't have anything against BCUs at all. I think they all do great work. I'm happy that they exist. I'm happy that they have delegated autonomy. They serve a significant function with their delegated autonomy. This is simply about creating a level of accountability so that if things do go wrong in the future, like they did in that one instance, which we can all agree on, that there is an ability by the Senate to issue a directive to correct that. That's all this does. I ask that if you're planning on voting no, that you bring your ideas to the floor now so that we can discuss them. That would be very nice. I yield.
Senator Jean.
Okay, I have two part of a reasoning on why I'm in disapproval of this bill. The first is mostly just factual based. So personally, not personally actually. So this bill kind of incorporate every single BCU that was like created in association. But technically, we don't really have that sort of authority over lock-in BCUs just because they're democratically voted fees, that we don't really have a directive or authority over how they spend it, other than if you want to go like, do a ballot of canceling their lock-in. The second part for the non-lock-in BCU is more of my personal take on this, is that at the end of the day, I personally don't agree with the parallel analogy of us in the federal government, purely because all the students who join associate student are not paid like to do this. Like nobody joined not nobody, but arguably very minimal student join the association out of like financial interest or that they need to get a job. Most people join for mostly volunteer basis, or actually they have passion for the particular organization they're joining. In that sense, when you're trying to push through like a more, I guess it's a proper way of using here, authoritative kind of a measure in solving this problem that you have heard from the representative from GGC, is more of a communicative problem rather than an authority problem. I personally don't think it's gonna go with the route that you want to solve, which is make BCUs more effectively spending their money. I personally think at the extreme of pushing through this route, you will just become a king without subjects. Basically, students just stop joining BCUs and they're like, oh, I don't want to do this. And you still leave with millions of dollars other than you go to BCUs, I guess, spending all the money for them. But I don't think that's also the route that people want to pursue with. So that's just my take on both of like based on the distinction of the BCUs that we have right now and based on like, if you're trying to solve a problem, you don't create another problem to solve the problem, you solve the problem, if that makes sense. I think it's a little ontological situation, but yeah, that's my take. I yield.
Senator Lee.
It's not reflected on the bill right now, but this was approved in XCOM. I can just say what we went over in XCOM. We added that the Senate maintains we added the 2/3 part, that's in purple right now. So it'd have to be 2/3 approval, which I think is aligned with other proportions. And then something that was approved but isn't currently reflected is that the part that says but do not require consent from the parties involved would be removed because I think Senator Waidula agreed that that's not how our relationship should be with BCUs. It should be more collaborative. So removing that part. And then adding to section 2, part B, after units is after a wholehearted effort to contact all involved parties has been made. So so that would be the updated version if Senator Harder, I think you have editing access, could make that, but basically, which we were talking about in XCOM, still aligning with what Senator Harder and Senator Giasimonian wanted to do, but instead of having it be like, oh, Senate has the final say, more of like, if Senate has exhausted all avenues, if we want to make that even more specific, but all avenues of communicating with the BCUs and there is no response, if we were to still follow through with the intent of this bill, but yeah.
Senator,
Can we do an open ballot? Y'all are running for elections, I'd like, put your name on business, you know, like. Come on.
Technically, chair's discretion, is that not right?
I'm not questioning anyone's intentions.
Yeah, that's true. Transparency.
It is chair's discretion. Unless the motion includes it. Senator Dung?
Oh, a little bit irrelevant about this. Also, I'm supportive of open ballot. Second is that I also want to remind everyone on the lock-in part of this bill is that if we still remember the business we have with IVR and EPOP, technically BCUs who are democratically lock-in fees, if we force them to do certain things, it is possible to pursue a legal route to go upwards.
Yes, actually, I have something to say
Yeah.
about this. So if I remember, I discussed this specifically, and the way that this works is, again, the BCU lock-in fee is a lock-in for the mission statement. The mission statement, not anything else. And so if the Senate decides to override a BCU's decision such that the mission statement of the thing that was elected on, or voted on, is upheld, then there is no violation of the lock-in fee authority, if you will. I just want to clarify that for everyone very quickly. When a student votes on a lock-in fee, they're not voting on whoever gets appointed to that position to decide on it. They're voting to say that, yes, I want my money to go to whatever the mission statement is. They're voting on the wording of the mission statement of the ballot language. And so this would effectively, again, it comes to accountability, it has nothing to do with anyone personally at all, which I think is a serious conflation that's going on here. It comes down to ensuring that money is spent on student lock-in fees. Students, we give our money to a lock-in fee, again, like you said, but who actually spends that lock-in fee? It still would come out of the budget of the same entity. It's just a directive to force them to uphold their mission statement, the promise that BCU is making to the student body. I just want to make that very clear. I spoke in depth with administrators about this. So that point is mute. To make that very, very clear. I yield.
To respond to that very, very clear point, I think if we're talking about interpretation and subjective perception of a certain mission statement, that is like up for everyone in terms of like, when you talk about student voting for a mission statement, they're voting for the mission. Mission is very general precisely because it's supposed to be broad and incorporating. And everybody have their subjective interpretation of how a mission statement should be operating. And in that sense, I don't see how Senate have a better interpretation than people who are running the entity itself. Like, I don't really see how there's a superiority in terms of like interpretation by the Senate, just because
Okay.
we are voted by 20% of the population, but sure.
She still has the floor.
Sorry, yeah.
I yield chairship to IVP Long.
Senator, I don't know if you've seen the Dan Quayle debate. Senator, that was completely uncalled for. That was a little bit like, there's no need for
Okay, I resent,
classifications of the other's argument in ways that are clearly,
I resent the
undermining.
comment on a clear point.
I appreciate that. There are,
Yes.
sure, this will keep on with good faith.
Yes, of course, of course. Again, I really want to take the word superiority or inferiority away from the discussion. I want to separate us from that. It's not the point. It's not that the Senate is superior, therefore it has the decision-making power. It's that the Senate is another separate body from the body that's making the decision, therefore it has a different perspective, therefore it has accountability. It's accountability mechanism by its very nature. It has nothing to do with inferiority, superiority. It is simply accountability because it's a separate body that has the ability to override the decision of another one. Nothing about inferiority or superiority. I want to make that very clear. I don't think that the Senate is superior in that sense to the VCUs. I think it's an entity that has an accountability function, but I don't think that it's superior. I just want to make that also very clear. That a VCU has a mission statement, students vote on the mission statement. If there's a financial decision made by a VCU that directly contradicts the mission statement, then a non-inferior entity should be able to intervene and say, hey, you have millions of dollars, you should fund this, it matches your mission statement. Students trusted you to fund the mission statement and you're not doing it, please do that. That's what this is at its core, and it makes perfect sense. I yield.
Just want
Thank you, Chair. I just want to remind everyone that as with any other application of the bylaws, Senate does not have the final say when it comes to constraining VCUs, even if this is enacted. What a VCU can still do, including VCUs who receive lock-in fee funding, if they feel that a Senate directive constrains them beyond requiring them to follow their mission statements, is they can just bring up a complaint with JC. JC is the ultimate legal authority, the ultimate judicial authority in Associated Students. So if anyone is gonna have the final say on the interpretation of mission statements, it should be them, right? They can take up they can make a petition with JC. They can have a hearing, go through the whole trial process, and judicial council can decide if the Senate's action constrained that VCU beyond requiring them to follow their mission statement. And if they decide that the Senate did overstep their authority, they can reverse the directive, or they can put an injunction on some portion of the directive, or they can allow it to stand with stipulations. As with any other application of the legal code, JC is allowed to have the final say on interpretation. So this does not mean the Senate has the final word. It does mean they're allowed to take a structured and regulated action against VCUs they feel are falling out of line. And I think that that is necessary given everything that's been going on.
Can we import the 2 speaking debate limit?
big time.
I share the same sentiments of what the public speaker had earlier today, which is I fear concern of checks and balances within the association, and by having oversight of VCUs, that kind of that gives the Senate far much more power that can be interpreted in a negative way by future Senates. And I do fear that this could give say a dictatorial Senate, unlike us. Far more power than needed and can essentially go through the minutes of, say, program board. That's an example, as they have the largest lock-in fee. And shall determine that they don't like how they're spending their money and could have negative effects across the association. So I think either we we motion to vote on this evening and see where it goes in an open ballot, or we have further discussion on this later down the line and amend it to mitigate those concerns.
Oh, you spoke twice. Have you?
I haven't spoken once. Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm going to ask the floor if there's any interest to open up the bill to amend it to prevent these abuses. Now, I don't know exactly what the intended language would be for that. And if that changes actually can be enacted, but is there any, desire of other senators to open up the bill to try to amend these? I yield.
I would have preference to table this to another committee where it can have far more discussion. And those amendments can be properly enacted, and that way we're not voting on legislation that's fairly new, that suffices. Again, I understand this legislation has been in committee for quite some time. However, there's still conversation to be had as a deliberative Senate body. And I would prefer, there are amendments made to go back to committee and be brought back to Senate.
You spoke twice. Respectfully, sorry, just the way. Yeah, I think we should 100% vote on tonight. There's plenty of time to make any amendments if you wanted them. If you want to make them now, open it and make them. Otherwise, let's move on and vote, because I think we all have our opinions, or we all have our thoughts. If someone else wants to share, they think they can sway some people, please share, and then let's vote on this.
Were you motioning? You go back.
I have a motion also.
Those had his hand up first, I guess.
Motion to vote on a bill to update Article 10, Section 2, BCU autonomy.
Objection.
Bro, it's not as you go. Die.
I object to that statement.
Yeah.
There's been a motion to vote on a bill to update Article 10, Section 2, BCU autonomy. Is there a second? Lucan, there's been a second. We're now in discussion.
Objection.
Hey, bro. Chill out.
Time to
Chill out. Chill out. First term, it's fine. We're in discussion. You can just state what your objection is as opposed to like making a formal objection. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Go on.
I'd like to add an amendment to the bill explicitly stating that judicial council has the final right of review over any directive to ensure that it's in line with the mission statement.
Sorry, you can add whatever you want, but that's like, I don't know, that's like adding it to present US legislation when that's been established since the early 19th century. Like, it's not new information.
Never mind then.
I mean, obviously, you. Next question, John.
This doesn't count to the twice, right? Because it's a new motion.
I'm interpreting it generously that this is a new stage at which you know the need twice.
Appreciate that, Chair. A quick comment about the JC situation, because it seemed to me that it applies to the Senate as well. If you have a confusion or a disagreement with interpretation of certain motion that was made during the BCU, you can also just file a complaint to the JC and for JC to adjudicate. My personal thing is that either we pass or not pass this bill is just it's just an action of bad faith that of this like already very fragile relationship between the Senate and the BCU. If we already have a mechanism in place to do it, we can just do that. Like, there's no need of showing a further like, just bad intent of like asserting our authority, to be honest. It's just my take on this. But like, feel free to vote how you stand for, but I yield.
Sean?
Sorry. Just two really quick things. One is that from some of the discussion, sorry to step on any of this, groups do need to be reminded at certain points, and this body also, about content neutrality, right? And then when funding is being decided upon, that you can't use certain political ideologies to like vote on something, right? To also deny the opposite, right? So that's an important thing for groups to be reminded of, whether that's through legislation or just a message to them, like up to all of you. But the other thing that's not so cut and dry is the lock-in part of things, right? So like content neutrality, that's great. Like that is absolutely necessary. We need to like hammer that home. Lock-ins and taking lock-ins, mission-based stuff is not as cut and dry as it seems. So it isn't just the mission, it is also the group. And there is an importance of that, and the Ivy Arts thing as an example of that. Though that is like a subset of a department, it wasn't even a department, right? So there are areas in which like being careful with that for fear of it leading somewhere else. So I just wanted to say that that's not as clean as maybe we would like. So just being careful with that.
Okay. Also, point of order, because I didn't want to interrupt Sean, but the chair is supposed to ask for the body's consent to ask for outside opinion.
My bad.
Oh, good.
You're very right.
Retroactive consent.
Yeah. That's lovely.
Can I quickly edit the bill to reflect what we approved during XCOM so that when we vote on it, we have the final version of the bill, not just the draft we have right now?
Wait, are you not voting on the version that was amended next call? Lee?
It's not fully updated, like the things that we approved, it's not completely there.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, yeah, please make, yeah, that's like a requirement. Yeah, do you have access to it? Can you do that?
I can grant you access now, if you don't have access. Okay. Should be updated. Chair, while that's happening. I'm probably gonna object and ask that we rescind and alter the motion language so that it be a secret ballot. I think, I mean, I think that's just in everyone's best interest involved to just have it be a secret ballot.
We can just put that to like an informal hand vote, honestly, since it's chair's discretion. So I'm not fully clear what you meant by whatever you said, open ballot, because the lead vote format we have is very much open. It's like
Yeah,
names
that's the
that we
format.
vote. Okay, or we could also do a voice vote if you wanna like go to the
I
extreme.
just don't see why there should be any objections to voting as we normally do. Like, if it takes a secret ballot to pass this legislation, should we be passing it at all? It's not good luck, but.
I think this legislation concerns far more than just ourselves in this room and concerns every single member of each BCU. And as elected representatives, the part of democracy is being held accountable for actions. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen in our actual government because of campaign finance. Anyway, I think we should be held accountable for how we vote. And if that reflects negatively on how that interaction is with BCUs, then there should be repercussions and that should be the reality. So that's where I stand.
Wait, can someone remind me? Because I can't remember what have we voted on with secret ballot in the past?
Sorry.
What motions have we voted on with secret ballot in the past? I'm trying to cross.
I think we,
Exec director.
yeah, we voted on Sean's nomination through secret ballot.
The only one I can.
No.
There's some other.
Whoa, like, please, one at a time, let's be recognized. You got this, Sussman.
We've also voted on financial motions for the new policy that Senator Zhang wrote. So financial motions that concern a conflict of interest. Other than that, there's very few that I can actually recall within this body.
So there's like an element of, if there's any potential of pressure in the room kind of thing. I will say, I don't see anything like that that would necessitate it. so there's like two layers of this, right? Is there any, you know, in past senates, there was like a genuine, if you had the pleasure of being in one of those rooms, like a real tension of like things might get potentially violent. I don't see anything like that here. So that's the first layer. The second layer is what the Senate prefers. So I'll let you guys, like the three of you speak, and I think we just put this to an informal vote because it's not the end of the world. I think the word was Lucan, Harder, Whitela.
Yeah, I think we should definitely do a open ballot or like a leave out for this.
Harder.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I think that there's like a way to meet in the middle with what you're saying essentially. The legislation should be voted on publicly, but because there's a possibility that it gets misinterpreted by a lot of people and that risk of misinterpretation comes into play and people start getting pressured externally because of misinterpretation, you know, this whole superiority, inferiority thing, whatever, that people are gonna feel pressured to vote an opposite way than they might actually feel because they're aware of the fact that people may not understand the legislation. So it's like, yeah, it should be voted on publicly. I get that. But again, people may not understand this and it may cost someone something to voice their opinion honestly. And then effectively after it can be communicated the intent of the bill, but still.
My staff says heard.
Received, and the Marine Corps is what we said.
Okay, I was gonna just simply reiterate what you were going to mention about already, Chair. I think just in our current experiences, the last past experiences we have done, I think secret ballot only been like either for particular fiscal matters or when it was added a necessity when it came to the executive director. And for my own past experiences, it's only been for like different circumstances of hostility. And I think I would think it's honestly preferable to open ballot. And I think just maybe commenting on Senator Harder's comments about that particular, if other entities are unknowledgeable about what this particular statement does, I don't think that is a more cause for it to be unknowledgeable. If anything, that's more a reason you guys should be, I think, having better discussion about what it is instead of just hiding your answer if you don't know about it. I think it's better as a student government to talk about these discussions properly about it instead of just throwing in the secret vote because you're just too scared to talk about it. So I think let's just do an open vote, just do an informal hand vote, and I think it's better to talk about these if you have concerns with actual dialogue than hiding votes that are very dependable to our association. So
Yeah, so
Point of information, the threshold for passing this is 3/4, right?
2/3.
2/3.
All bylaw changes are 2/3.
2/3
Bylaws.
Like 2/3.
it should be two-thirds, yeah.
Can I?
Sorry, really quickly, Sarah, I appreciate the comment, but you know, in the spirit of the speaking to the matter at hand and not Senator's intentions or
Yes, thank you.
anything but what the matter on the table is, I would avoid language like hiding or things like this, because I've made the case for the secret ballot before, because I genuinely felt like that's what was needed at the moment. Senator Harder is making that case. I genuinely think the best way is just to have an informal vote on it. So, okay. Please put your hand up, if you would like to stick with the format of the lead vote, which votes are visible. 1, 2, 9. Hands down, please. If you would not like that to be the case, if you would like a secret ballot, 1, 2. Please, and abstentions, I guess. Okay, so are we on the same page that the majority was for a leave vote?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Have you updated the thing? So we're not really waiting on anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of question. If someone.
But we're still in discussion, right? Like no one's called the question or anything?
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
has-
You were the second.
I have discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
I was very convinced I was back and forth. It was like honestly like a tennis match, but I was very convinced by Senator Jung's point that if we need to assert this, or that Senator Harder, you were arguing that we need to, or this bill is just asserting a power like we already have effectively. And Senator Jung said that's kind of just over legislating, or if we already have the power, there's no need to pass a bill affirming that. So I'm gonna vote no on those grounds.
Yeah, the point, I just want to make it clear that, yes, we do have this power. I was told that by administration. We can issue a directive right now, a financial directive, as far as I've gathered. It's just making it very clear what we can and can't do. That's what the purpose of the legal code is. It's kind of just implied, but the purpose of the legal code is to codify things. So it wouldn't be over legislating, it would be codifying something that's not currently legislated, even though we can't do it.
I also want to emphasize that while my personal belief is that the Senate already has all the powers outlined in this bill, that is not the prevailing opinion of most members of this association. There's, as I said earlier, a lot of ambiguity, and a big part of the reason I want this bill passed is because I want to resolve that ambiguity to the greatest extent possible. If we ever do need to pull the nuclear option, if a BCU ever is like severely violating their mission statement, I don't want there to be a whole argument over whether or not the Senate has the authority to tell them to step in line before we even get to all the procedural stuff associated with issuing a directive like this. That's the reason I support this bill.
Oh, no, call question. Yeah, the question has been called. Does anybody call the question?
Consent.
Any objection on consent? Seeing none, we move into a leave vote. Is it 7?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you guys like 30 seconds. Yeah.
Associate Senator Dan is presented as absent.
Absent. It's absent as well.
She was absent for the last vote. Just.
Would you like to vote?
Yes.
Confirming we're at 3 yeses, 12 noes, 1 abstention.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails.
Sorry.
Okay. Wait, have we done everything?
Nope.
No, I mean like legislation stuff like this.
We're not about to be.
What do you mean by that?
No, what's up?
Motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to standardize ASUCSB departments and boards, commissions and units discharged out of liaison committee with the expectation that that the author's amendments will be accepted in Senate.
Why is this being added on now?
Chair, because it was discharged out of our committee yesterday. And because our liaison committee meetings are on Tuesdays and we discharged it out, but it was not reflected in the agenda. And this has been in the works on the floor or introduced in Senate since like last quarter. And I think all of the authors would like it to be voted on.
Will something be harmed irreparably if this is just treated? No, this is a legitimate consideration of whether to accept the thing or not, because it's highly unusual. Wait, look.
Well, I was gonna mention about, yes, the fact our committee meetings do come on Tuesdays, but just the fact that we've recently passionate about it, I wasn't intending for that to be brought upon, as of what I was communicating about this substance piece. I mean, maybe the authors can communicate about it. I did not hear it was time sensitive, so I assumed to properly discharge it onto the agenda that people could just see normally as it was already released next week. But I mean, if the authors want to suddenly put out, I was not communicated about it. We just reached that out. So I think I want to hear better about this context about this, because we just passed this does not mean that I was planning a different attendance schedule, so.
But we can, there's been a motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to standardize ASUSB departments and boards, commissions, units, refer to a liaison committee with the expectation that the author's amendments are accepted by the Senate, in the Senate. in the Senate. Is there a second? Oh, no, second, there's been a second, we're now in discussion. My recommendation would very much be, I don't think senators on a Tuesday evening are looking at the liaison agenda. It would make sense to refer this to the next meeting so people have a chance to look at it, is my intuition. I could be wrong.
Okay. You guys could say no, we don't have to pass this motion. I will say in response to Senator Wahidullah, as reasoning, we had a whole thing in committee yesterday with, when I called Senator Sussman, where we tabled it at first, and then I had a discussion with Sussman to review some of the things, and then we agreed that it would be discharged to return to Senate, which is why we didn't table it to next week's meeting, next week's liaison meeting, so that it could be on the Senate floor, which is why we reconsidered the motion to table on the agenda, so that it could potentially be on this week's agenda, just so that it could be wrapped up clear. At the same time, if we don't want to vote on it today, I have no preference. We can table it for next Senate agenda. This motion could die. I yield.
We're gonna discuss?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify, the amendments are already here, like in the doc? Okay, and they were accepted in committee before being discharged, or? Okay, so wait, how did that happen?
This is odd. Sussman?
Yeah, this bill's been in the liaison committee for a while, and I had the expectation that it would be passed fairly soon. Because the liaison committee is also requesting amendments to our legal code, which kind of depends on this bill passing. And 2 weeks ago, I was under the impression that the amendments that were gonna be made would have been accepted this past week and hence passed in Senate this week. This bill's been floating around Senate for like, say 3 months, 3 months at this point. So I'm not in a rush to pass it. If we want to pass it next week, we can. But that's the context from my perspective.
Point of information. How did the edits happening if it wasn't passed in the committee?
There were not edits, they're suggestions.
Oh, okay.
It just gets odder the further it goes. Okay, want you to second? Oh, yeah, I am the second. Okay,
Call question.
the question has been called. Objection on the question?
Objection.
Objection.
I haven't read this. I can't do anything about this if I didn't read this.
We can table it back.
Oh,
Add it
okay.
in.
I rescind my objection, sorry.
Who else had an objection?
I was just gonna say, I already said similar anecdotes, but I understand also the comment on people who mentioned about things. And like, yes, I understand this particular legislation was stuck in our committee for a particular couple of weeks. One, it was for the fact that we had a lot of other additional things on the agenda. And one, a lot of the things were not communicated to us until weekly matters, that we realized that there were a lot of more additional conversation needed to be had. And that's why it took a little bit longer than it was requested about. But because of that, we were just waiting at the right time to really formalize these particular things. And the expectation was to pass yesterday on our committee meeting. We just realized that during the meeting, there were a lot of additional things that were needed to be presented and still needed to be discussed about this when it comes to fiscal impact, particular additional discussions about other cabinets and many conversations that were just realized after still weekly matters that keep continuously being brought up. So that's the reason why we wanted to have I know I mentioned about this because I want people to have proper thorough looking into this, because again, people are not gonna be looking into our committee agenda because it's yesterday. I think it's just proper to have, if we're gonna have this passed, to have people properly look into the agenda. If the amendments are properly recorded about this, I think it's just preferable to get it passed with proper discussion and proper communication about this instead of randomly adding it to the agenda. And I understand the effort that the officers have worked on this bill. I commend them towards it. I think this is great because it helps support our legal code bill. I'm just saying because it's so important that it does take maybe additional more time, because you have to really truly evaluate the circumstances and the impacts about this legislation. And I needed additional communication of BCU chairs and other people present to ensure this is like as effectively managed when it's passed. So that's why it took a long time. And I think if it doesn't have any time sensitivity, now that we understand the amendments, let's just pass it normally and discharge it next week as there.
Right, so, sorry, to clarify one more time. You guys did refer it back to the Senate floor, but without any of the amendments that the authors requested, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like not ideal practice, but this seems like we're, okay. Do you sustain your objection to the call to question? That mean we would go into a vote to vote, like we would vote on the.
Point of
Yours, okay.
information, if it's not put on this consent agenda, which I don't care, and it's not, but we wrote that it was discharged out of our committee, does that mean it's tabled indefinitely?
So it's back on the Senate agenda, but without any of the amendments made.
Yes,
So the whole purple stuff is,
yes.
I don't know, pretty. It means nothing so far until they've been made. It's actually slightly improper for that to be reflected on there since it's viewed as amended. But you're able to refer to next week, get all the changes ready and have them. on.
Yes, again.
Are there any objections to the call to question? Consent. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. This is on the agenda now. Sure. Yes.
Motion to table next week or to liaison committee.
Just give it to us.
Table till next week.
No, just give it to us.
Do you want to rescind? Yes, something in mind.
We'll just take it and
Okay, percent.
That's actually not. Oh, no.
motion to refer a bill to standardize ASU CSB departments, boards, commissions, and units to the advocacy committee.
There's been a motion to refer this legislation to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Husband, a second, we're now in discussion. And
Call the question.
question, would you call the question? Any objection to consent? Motion passes. Trusted?
Yeah.
It'll be a slightly more normal, okay. Oh shit, do we move to committee reports? That's fake. Okay, anything with finance?
Oh, yeah, actually, quick notification, actually something positive. Beyond, go do your budget hearing, do your due diligence as senators. If you believe your student leaders, do your responsibilities. Something positive, finance committee are actually organizing a finance committee fair this Friday from 1 to 5. There's gonna be like photo booth, free bouquet, free food, ice cream, people just gonna hang out and talk about, how to get funding from finance committee. I think this is a very rare thing that finance committee actually have been able to organize something other than our like fixed duties. And I know my vice chair and a lot of officers put a lot of work into it. I would really encourage everybody just to, come hang out and just like, stop by and just, talk. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's gonna be Commencement Green, the location. Well, the email is gonna come out tomorrow morning.
It's like by the lagoon?
I actually have no idea what it is. Commencement Green.
That is the commencement green, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sean is pointing that way.
Okay, that way then.
No, huge congrats on you guys. You have obviously one of the toughest jobs in the association, and organizing this on top of that is no small feat and is, as far as I know, unprecedented. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Let's try to be out there. Any questions on that?
I think it'd be cool if we get the other Senate committees to table too, so like Senate as one, because I think the liaison committee outreach, if people are free, but I think that'd be nice to have other groups update them, but the event sounds awesome.
Sorry, are you talking about tabling for the event? Oh, that would be actually hugely like appreciated because people have been trying to sign up for tomorrow's tabling, so if people want to do it, like I have the flyers here, people can just take some, like we can get it done.
Yeah, we purchased it through Outreach, but it's for the Senate's, because obviously Senate is or Outreach is a Senate sub-entity. So that table and cart that you guys see in there, if you guys are tabling for anything, like that's ours to use, you know what I mean? That's the Senate's to use, so feel free to take that. If it's you guys, if it's liaison or advocacy, or we're gonna obviously try to be out there, we're gonna text our people right now, but feel free to use that, everyone, whenever, if you're gonna table.
So lost, I'm sorry, what, average. Yeah, average. Wait, did you give a report? Oh, go ahead. Yes.
What?
Give a report.
I don't have a report.
Okay. Brilliant. Liaison,
Yeah, I'll
if you can update that, please.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, also, just before I speak, also, I apologize in advance if my tone today, I feel like is very neutral. I'm just very tired today a little bit, working a lot, so. Just to discuss a little bit on our last meeting in particular, I'll just go briefly into it, and because of the fact that a lot of our legislation also, to give some more context about it, has been a little bit like just on a little bit of multitasking, is because of the fact that since post of the fiscal deliberations and stuff, budget hearings, we've been trying as a lead committee, at least like I and Senator Dan have been trying the best we can to deliberate and communicate to a lot of BCUs and provide just whatever legislative, emotional, and physical support to help provide in this kind of mitigating aid in this time period before this is brought to the Senate body, to provide more additional questions and comments and answers to the BCUs that might be concerned about their budgeting, which has been quite of an extensive process. But I guess from the last week, some of the notes I wrote about, I mean, myself, I'm just gonna be sending out some more after on a quarterly basis, like Senator Mennikova has been talking about standardizing, sending out more of our quarterly surveys to get a little bit of an understanding about what people's opinions are about, in particular about things happening right now. Senator Day will talk a little bit about herself. We're talking about the updates of our mixer, that there might be reorganization updates because for making it as efficient as possible. Other stuff that we're working on, just trying to mitigate on current BCUs and what's happening with the current situations, in particular, how we can help efficiently allocate them to the best way in future Senate as possible, depending on how it is based on their current budgeting expenditures. Other than that, also we recently had, this is really something exciting. We had one of the staff members from the bike shop coming to communicate to us, talking about how they're trying to expand at least or to, like communicate on working with the Senate body to help support their project on supporting to expand the bike shop and like expanding the infrastructure of the building to help support the workers that are working there and the employees. And it's something that I think that I'll talk a little bit about it. I realize the report isn't today, maybe next week, but I'll talk a little bit about it properly. That's a really exciting project that the Liaison Committee is working to work on this, hopefully potentially to help support the bike shop on a project that they're working on to expand the building. And other than that, we're working on just like other standardization stuff. Overall, we're just looking to address a lot of the communication issues that have been going on over the past couple of weeks between BCUs that have been concerned with the Senate body. And we're trying to really help support them on the forefront and just kind of provide them that aid. So if you guys are involved in any BCUs or organizations that have comments and concerns, please tell them, or at least their staff members, to come to our meetings, because right now I think it's as essential, like I've been trying to continuously mention about this, that if these BCUs are having concerns about it, then they should be coming to us at the very least, if not the Senate body. At least we can help provide them more intimate conversations. And I think tackling this governance challenges that are happening right now is really important. So I just want to emphasize that. And I'm looking to update a lot of legal code of some potential BCUs in the future, so that'll be something that might be brought up potentially soon. That's all I have. I think that's all I want to mention about. If people have any questions, if I want to get involved maybe with the bike shopping, it's cool, but just let me know in a second. I'll take it away to Senator Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Wahidullah, and I apologize because I should have texted you about discharging the bills and I just completely forgot. That's just on, I'll just work on my communication with you, but thank you so much. You've been doing a lot. And the main reason we couldn't, we're unable to work on it, besides there was some requests from staff about specific adding fee initiatives that I couldn't find language for, and it was honestly a really frustrating experience to find. So that was one thing. The main thing is because the bike shop staff manager Adam came in with a really fundamental, important project that he wanted to report to Senate on, and he came to us first, and that was around like a 40-minute conversation. So we had to take a lot of time on that. And then reflecting on some of the things that are currently happening with BCUs and Senate, we have to address that mess on behalf of Senate. So those are also two things that we're working on together with all the BCUs. But more importantly, Adam will be coming in. The main report is that allegedly he said that he had sent this huge project briefing regarding the project that they are currently working on and kind of need to continue the bike shop to a senator, and there was no correspondence back. And it is a fundamental, essentially TLDR, they'll come in later, and the bike student staff will come in later to talk about this, but they have a fence that they need to build around the back parameter of their shop for safety reasons, so that they have an extended break room, so that students and staff can put their stuff there and feel safe that someone's not gonna take it, as well as put a furniture in the back of the bike shop. It's around $110,000 project. They already have money allocated for it, and they kind of just need some certain Senate things, which is why they came to talk to us. And again, there was a huge, I was about to say delicious, long project draft that was received or given to Senate, and it seems like it got missed. So they reached out to us, and we're here to bring it up and maybe try to get that to Senate so that we can talk with them and see what they need. Other than that, mixer's pushed to next week. It's gonna be at Parnell Center. we'll send out emails and marketing. The waist beads have come in, and the elastic has come in, look really beautiful. All the men, I know you're craving making jewelry, so really hope you guys can come. I'll send out emails later. Thank you, I yield.
Mixer is postponed and have you told Federal Center both?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, are we supposed to know what the mixer is?
Yes, yeah, I've talked about it multiple times. Oh, no more comment, just kidding. It is a the intention is a internal BCU mixer for the BCUs to get associated not just with each other in a non-state of association way. Because let's be honest, we all know that they don't stay for the entire time. This is an event that we are trying to make them stay for the entire time. Also in reflection with the chairs meeting, which is just a lot of information dumps on them. We want to do something that's more informal, more fun, more funky, more fresh, more feed your feedback, which is the name of the mixer, feed your feedback. They'll be giving feedback forms. I'm doing bits on the Senate floor. It's gonna be 5 to 7 at the Pardall Center next week. We're gonna have Chick-fil-A, we're gonna have Weespies. The intention is if other senators would come, we would please love for that to happen. The intention is to be in an informal, non-combative and non power dynamic environment where we can kind of speak to them in a place where they aren't presenting, they aren't getting having to give information or reports, but at the same time subtly giving them information that they need about the Senate. And it's a pilot thing that we're trying to start to see what it will look like. We don't know if it will be a failure, if that they'll just take the food and go. So we're just trying to initiate that. And I've presented this.
It's cash money.
Yes. Slay.
What day again? Sorry. Next Thursday?
The next Thursday, 5 to 7, next Thursday, which is not this week. But I will send out Slack.
Yeah,
We are
please.
gonna be emailing advertising.
That's,
Please tell BCUs if whoever you know in them.
it's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Originally, we were planning to do it this week, week 3 in the Camelot, but we realized that because we want this to be like an internal event, it's like this kind of hybrid scenario in this particular situation that we really want more of our own community and associate students getting involved. And if we have it more in an outdoor public space that maybe other students might be eager to know about it and might get, of course, it's good to let them in, but we want to have, I think, more food and more utilities, provided to people that are BCs coming for this event. So we just thought it was better to do it indoors and next week as well, a little bit after classes as well. Which is why we picked around after class typically time, 5 to 7. And yeah, if you guys are involved in any BCUs or just clubs or organizations other than the YES, or even executive committees that have maybe staff, please bring everybody in the conversation. We really want to bring this as a chance because a lot of chair meetings are really formal, that this is a good chance. Even if you guys haven't been to a chair meeting before, this is a good chance for you who haven't met many BCUs yet to actually get to know them a little bit better. And I think at a time right now that we're talking so much consistently about BCUs, I think it's probably good to actually talk to them in a more relaxed manner so we don't really seem as a Senate body as hostile as some of them might think we are. And I think they can see us properly more better and instead of the stigmatism that they might see just from our legislation, but seeing us as people. And I think that's very important to reinstate. So thank you.
We're people?
Yeah. As people.
That is the question.
Shoot. Thanks for letting me know.
Who's next? Yeah, not too much to report on right now. We will be doing a whole food pantry. Looking forward to that. Other stuff. Update on my requisitions, guys, everyone's favorite part of the week. They are still in process, but they move up bit by bit. And while I would like to not be personally liable in the future, I may just eat it again, to be honest, because I like having things come in fast for tabling and it's the stuff that we want. And it's also way cheaper if I go through Amazon than through Gateway. Unfortunately, I was just looking at a pack of Celsius on Gateway and I think it was 30-something% more expensive than on Amazon. So if we're talking about saving student dollars, I think it's at all scales, not just the top scale. So I may end up doing that again. As long as I get paid out in the end, it's fine. So, yeah, that's my update. I continue to ask one of my staffers about organizing a blood drive. If anyone would like to work on organizing that with guys like that. Hey, yo, you said you keep asking one of your staff? Yes. Okay, we can talk about that. Yeah, Arthur?
I have a few questions for Ono, really quick. Excuse me. First of all, I'm wondering what is your workflow on Gateway? Cause you can access Amazon through Gateway.
Yes.
Is it more expensive
I
to
did-
access Amazon through
So,
Gateway?
so I have not done a full use of Gateway because the first time I did it, I just went straight through Amazon. So I can go back through Gateway, but I just did an initial pass. And
Gotcha.
looking at the vendor supplies, for like different things, those were the prices I pulled out. For Blue Bugs and like Celsius.
Tracking.
Yep.
Merci.
So I'll take another pass at it. Little Gateway.
Very quickly, just to add some context, the outreach committee and advocacy committee have decided to team up on the mobile food pantry situation. I put in an order on Gateway for like the $2,000 worth of food a couple days ago. So there's gonna be a couple of really big pallets pulling up pretty soon. And the transportation situation is being dealt with as well. Looks like we're maybe gonna do a flex card or the transportation and entertainment card for that. So that's gonna be happening very soon. I think the date that we established was
May 1st.
May 1st, I
Yeah.
believe. So May 1st will be the first installment of a mobile food pantry. So if anyone's interested in participating, I got a lot of really, really good food. So you can come and grab some food too. Just wanted to add some context.
It'd look really good if we all showed up.
It would look really great if we were all like a massive unit.
And it's
going on.
after campaigning ends and all the voting ends, but if you wanna follow through on your promises and show up.
Good call.
Guys, this is big. It's something that's been in discussion for years, so if you can make
Literally
that
years,
happen at
literally
the-
years, yeah.
by the end of this term quarter, I think we can coordinate with the incoming team to continue some projects into the end of the quarter, if they don't mind. Great stuff. Who's?
Outreach updated?
Huh?
Did you update?
That's all right, yeah. Oh. John reminded me, definitely go this Friday, but next Friday is the Ivy Underground concert held by the office of the 1 to 4 p.m. at the USEN lawn. For those of you who are over 21, there's a beer garden included. Some of the best bands in Ivy. We're paying them, we're treating them well, we're bringing them to campus. This should be really fun, and I want to see all the Senate there, because this is one of our last chances to turn up.
You'll see me there.
and serve students.
I'm pulling up.
Great. Okay. Okay, what's that?
Resignations. Not term
residents.
There's no temporary.
No temporary committee stuff, right? Okay, let's move with the minutes and allocations, please.
Okay.
Make sure we get. Going step by step.
Senator Fan, do you have any?
Dan, Sussman is asking if there's any tea from minutes and allocations.
I have.
You guys.
Oh, yeah. So if you went through the finance committee minutes, we passed a motion of commitment under the discussion items on the potential 5 year subscription for Flux. This is part of the larger plan of centralizing all the funding platforms across association, and it's just 5 years, also cheaper because they raise a fee every single year to subscribe, which is absurd in my opinion. But you get add less if you commit to a longer plan, and you get add more if you do 1 year or 2 years. So doesn't mean that I have to be binding by it, but I feel like people should know that we have passed a commitment from in our committee.
Just because I'm a part of several orgs that requested finances from the finance committee, noting public conflict of interest within the meetings and meetings and the minute allocations, so just making that public.
Yeah, just don't say consent, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's doing a supererogatory like good thing by being like, I'm in orgs which received funding.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
Was that?
Okay, we're still minutes and allocations and it's 10:57. Oh, no.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations.
Been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Is there a second? Lee,
Second.
second round of discussion. Please, Monia.
Call the question.
Questions called, call the question?
Consent.
Any just like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Next week, you can't set it an hour. It's fine.
Wait, sorry, I do have something. No, it's
About?
the comment about the minutes and allocations because BWHCs aren't on here and we never approved them, right? Yes. Okay, that's it. Just want to bring that to the table.
They are now.
They are.
No, I still can't figure it out.
Got it. Thank you.
So Summer's gonna try to meet with them soon and figure that out. There's just like a technical thing about adding the minutes on there. They'll figure it out. The class, Jenny, what's that?
She took on too many emails. I feel like it's a little unfair.
Yeah. Real.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
AS will make you a renaissance. Okay, should we move into appointments and resignation?
No, motion to accept all appointments and resignation.
There's been a motion to accept all appointments and resignations. Is there a second, Juice Monian?
Second.
And a second round of discussion, Lee. Questions, call question? Commission on consent? Motion passes. Okay, do we have unanimous consent to move into section E, acceptance of agenda?
Yeah.
No, that's the different one. Eat that now.
Oh.
Any reason like that?
You look
I know I have. The quorum is gone. Good job. Okay, let's try to fake for the last minute. Oh, no,
Motion to accept the agenda as amended.
there's been a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Is there a second, Sussman?
Okay.
There's been a second round of discussion. Lee?
Call the question.
The question is called, just call the question? Any just like consent? Motion passes. Do we have unanimous consent to move into section of adjournment?
Second.
Consent, okay, oh no.
Motion to adjourn the meeting 1 minute early at 10:59 PM.
Been a motion to adjourn the meeting at 1 minute early, 10:59 PM. Is there a second?
The last shit.
Just Monian.
Second.
Right now. and I'm about
Great
to-
job, guys.
Yeah, and
Actually, one of our
Let's go, boy. By the way, the Senate last, one second. This time of year, last year, the Senate was non-existent, not a thing. And you're passing like hundreds of thousands and you're still doing work. I'm really proud of all of you.
Dang.
Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you, Sal.
We should do a bingo.
Night, y'all.
Wait, you have to